referred to as the dirty side of the storm. If you're going to have tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, wind damage, most likely it's going to be in this area. And why is that? Well, it's simple physics, right? The whole storm is spinning. And as these storms move from south to north, they have the propensity to also spin counterclockwise. And if they can spin and tighten up, think of an ice skater, just tightening up enough and getting that spin going. And if they can tighten up enough, then you could have something that could be produced real quickly that would hit the ground and perhaps cause a brief tornado. There have been reports of some damage farther south, winds, water spouts going toward Galveston. Not necessarily in the city of Galveston, but Galveston Island, some water spouts off of that. And now this just popped up here toward Jasper. Is that just an indication that they did confirm a tornado there on a storm report? That's what that would look like. So earlier today, we did have a tornado warning in Jasper, and there was one that was spotted. So this might be a storm report now that is just popping up here that we're confirming earlier. This would have been southwest of Brownville, near Jasper. Just to the northeast of Spurger, where there could have been a tornado or was a tornado reported. So that one will have to be verified by the National Weather Service. All right, so is the warning, we still have the warning ongoing here, right? Yeah, for parts of Sabine County and Sabine Parish. And it looks like, again, it goes on up here into Shelby County. So that's for about the next 45 minutes. Radar indicated means that it is something that the radar is seeing. Not necessarily seen by the public or by a trained weather spotter, but enough rotation that sets off a signal or a notice, I want to say an alarm, for the radar operator at the National Weather Service to see that and then issue those tornado warnings. So if we go back to velocity here, and these are really tough to see, and sometimes these can occur between scans. This is how tough this is going to be today. But right in there, that's a pretty good little signature, little couplet here east of Hemphill, right on the reservoir on the Toledo Bend, that little tight, that little lighter area against that little darker area. So right in there would be one area. Let's zoom in and see if we can get down, maybe possibly on a little closer. So you've got Sabine Town, there's Palo Gulch Crossing, so that's right in that area. Right on the state line, there's 21, so this is headed up into those areas. So if you live in Milam, it looks like Hemphill is just outside of the area that is under the tornado warning, but still kind of close. And so if I was in Hemphill, I might go to my safe place for the next few minutes to just kind of hold out until we see exactly where this rotation goes. But that's the rotation that we're going to key in on here. That's going to be west of Esto, Louisiana, south of Sabine Town. So if you live in Sabine Town, please be in your safe place right now. If you live anywhere along Highway 21 near Milam, also please be in your safe place. And that safe place means you're going to that lowest interior room of your house or your apartment, or if you're in a trailer home, you want to go, basically you need to get inside and put as many walls between you and the outside. If you had time and you could leave and go to a more secure shelter, I would do that. But at this point, if you live in Sabine Town and you are in some sort of like a mobile home or something like that, it's best to just kind of stay sheltered. You're better off sheltered than unsheltered when these storms are coming through. And again, we don't have any indication that this has produced a tornado, but that rotation there is certainly one of the stronger ones that I've seen so far here today. Milam up to the northwest, watching that storm very carefully. In addition to the spin-ups that are possible, we also have a lot of heavy rain that is coming down, so it can be obscured by rain, even tougher to see. But, you know, we're going to be okay, Everyone who's out there watching for the tornado warning, and we go through the afternoon, we're all going to be okay. We're going to make it through this tropical storm. We'll carry you through here. Meteorologist Sarah Blue, myself, and Savannah Hale will get you through the afternoon. We'll get you to the other side of this storm. Yeah, we could have some flash flooding as the afternoon and the night goes on. In fact, I think this may go all the way, not tornado warnings. We do have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, but we could have heavy rain, flash flooding, all that, and that could go all the way up till about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. So it's going to be a long day for sure, but anytime or anybody that's been through a tropical system knows that these are not just one and done, an hour and out, or 45 minutes and out. These are hours upon hours upon hours of potential rain and wind. All right, so now a new little indicator popped up here right on our area of rotation. That's a moderate strength. Anytime we get into yellow, it's a medium strength rotation that our Titan indicator is picking up on. And that's showing that there is some rotation within that cloud. And now that it shows that, we get some mathematics to look inside that storm. It assigns numbers to the strength of that, of the wind, of the rain, of the potential for tornado and for hail. And I would think that there's not much of a chance for any type of large hail in this storm. It's basically going to be wind and a tornado threat. And so it's sitting right there in that medium range. So if it goes, that's about a 2.5 to 5, just to get out of 10. So if it went on up to orange, it would jump up from a 5 to about a 7. And then with red, of course, we'd have probably get an indication of a tornado, but we're not quite there yet. So we've got a medium strength rotating thunderstorm. There is a little bit of thunder out there with it, so technically we can call it a thunderstorm effect. Sarah, if we can click on that and see, we'll probably take the tornado warning off. But again, that tornado warning goes for Sabine and Shelby County till 1:15 and the parish of Sabine until 1:15. So yeah, a little bit of a tornado impact, but there's probably a lot of wind being produced by this storm. Could be straight line winds, could be straight line gusty winds that are being transferred from upper levels of the tropical storm down to the surface. Could be in excess of 60 miles an hour. We were getting an official clocking over toward Crockett of 33 or 38 miles an hour in a wind gust. And so we could be getting wind gusts like that. Tornado impact coming up just a little bit. The flooding impact is also there as it's over a 4 at this time. So heavy rainfall, that could cause some ponding on the roadways. If you live near Highway 21, certainly don't need you out there driving through this heavy rain at this time. We really need you to be sheltered up at Sabine Town and also at Milam as this little indication, as this little rotation continues to move through. All right, we'll clear that off the screen. Again, there's Hemphill. You're outside of the tornado warning. I'd be watching it very carefully. It's interesting to note when we look at what we call reflectivity. So this is going to be, we're using the Shreveport radar, we're using Houston's radar, we're using Fort Worth, and also Killeen. So all of those are scanning the skies down here, and you'll see these little notches of drier air coming in here. And so we're going to see that as this storm lifts to the north, the heaviest rain is going to be right close to the eye and back to the northwest. Now, the reason I say eye is because it still has a well-structured eye to it. There is still a strong area of low pressure that all of these thunderstorms are circulating around. You can really see it right there. And this is essentially moving north. The strongest winds, perhaps maybe not the most threatening in terms of tornadic, but the strongest winds that we may see will be as this area lifts through Trinity County and through Houston County and then on up into Cherokee and on up into Nacogdoches County and comes all the way up. The center could pass very close to Smith County, maybe into Gregg County. So even though you haven't had anything yet, you still got about 4 hours till that reaches you. And when it does, when that eye reaches you, you're going to see the winds picking up appreciably. All right, so we've got another tornado warning here that's in Jasper. That one's farther to the south. That one goes until 12:45, this little pocket here. And then there was a new one that was issued down toward Buna. That goes until 1 p.m. So that's down to the south. Keep an eye on that storm. Not in our viewing area right now, but anybody that lives in Jasper County, Newton County, and down to the south, you've got these cells moving northward toward Jasper. So if you watch us from Jasper, it might be a good idea to get into your safe place. All right, let's go back to the reason that we popped on air here, and it's going to be this one right here. And that is the tornado warning toward Hemphill, Sabine Town, and Milam. We're all in that, right on the Toledo Bend. So if we go back to velocity, or what we're doing here is we're taking the motion of the storm out. We're just looking at the precipitation and the direction that it's moving toward and away from the Shreveport radar. Now there are two areas here that are popping up. One in Sabine Parish, and this one's getting a little bit stronger here in Sabine County. It's not even on the northern end of the Toledo Bend. It's right smack dab in the middle. So please, if you know anybody that was headed to Toledo Bend for fishing, maybe they're out there right now, they need to clear and get off the water as that circulation is right over the water at this time. So it'd be interesting to see if this even spins up a water spout somewhere out in the middle of Sabine Parish, or Toledo Bend, sorry. All right, new tornado warning now for Sabine, San Augustine, and Shelby County. This goes until 1:30, and this looks like this may be a little preemptive, like this one was, but then look what happened. We got those two stronger circulations. So there is some indication here in this cell that there are some tightening areas of rotation possible within that San Augustine, western Sabine County cell as it moves to the north and northwest. In fact, we probably want to do some tracks here, and I'm not sure, Sarah, how fast these are moving. If they're moving, I would say probably to the northwest, and they could be moving faster than the storm itself. So we're putting that track on. It looks like it's about 50 miles an hour. And with that in mind, so you've got East Hamilton. So if you live in East Hamilton till 12:51, Huxley at about 1 o'clock, on up towards Shelbyville at 1:14. So if you live in any of those areas I just mentioned, Drecka, even though you're out, that's just on the edge of this tornado warning. With that, you'll want to head to your safe place. I think right here is, well, they're probably down there. That's why they've issued that as far as they did. That Browndle storm looks like that's the area that has increased in rotation. So that's going to be right in here. And so that cell, as it moves northeastward, is going to impact more of western Sabine County and eastern parts of San Augustine County. So let's track that cell in there, that area of rotation, and see where that's going at what time, and get kind of folks ahead of the storm here a little bit. So up to the, moving back to the northwest, 50 miles an hour. So that gives you an indication at the how strong the winds are at about 5,000 to 10,000 feet that are pushing these thunderstorms or these showers. So the winds off the ground are moving that fast. And so if you've got winds moving that fast off the ground, then you can see how easy it is to start getting things spinning up here. So Brookland, in about 3 minutes, you need to be in your safe place. Pineland in about 8 minutes. Bronson, just before 1 o'clock. San Augustine itself, about 1:15. Then up toward Choice and Center in the next 45 minutes. So we might start seeing more and more of these tornado warnings as we head through the afternoon. Again, this could be just the start. This whole area is under what we call an enhanced or level 3 risk of severe weather, meaning that there can be numerous severe thunderstorms in that level 3. And you can see that here from eastern parts of Marion County through Harrison County, all of Panola, all of Shelby, half of Nacogdoches, all of San Augustine, and Sabine County. All of these areas in this area where we would look for numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings. And we're already looking at least 2 tornado warnings down here to the south in San Augustine County, and then the other one over here towards Sabine County. And you can see they're all tied to that. That's what's left of Tropical Storm Beryl. All right, and that tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock tonight. So they're all falling within that area of the tornado watch. And so this makes sense that we're going to see these tornado warnings in this area. And there might be a couple of more. And again, these cells that are here in San Augustine County would rotate into Shelby County, perhaps as far north as Panola County, perhaps as far northwest as Nacogdoches, and southern parts of Rusk County. So it's early on in the game is what I'm trying to say, and this could be a long way before the afternoon said and done here on these tornado warnings. So that first tornado warning, this one was just added, that goes until 1:30. This other tornado warning until 1:15. I have not seen any reports from the Weather Service, nothing yet from the Weather Service on any of the storms or anything like that?
No, Brett. They are continuing to monitor the areas that we have been talking about because they've been seeing little areas of rotation kind of pop up as you look out to the south, closer to Hemp Hill and out toward Jasper, kind of out to the south there. So they're continuing to monitor this. Just like Brett said, this is what's known as the dirty side of the storm. That's what we call it in meteorology. That's where we have a lot more potential for tornadoes and damaging wind gusts. And it's really hard to see the rotation in this type of storm. So usually you're going to see some red and green right next to each other. But here we're just kind of looking for little variations between bright red and bright green. You can see that there just out where our Heightened indicator is showing green. That's just to the south of our area. But I'll zoom up a little bit where you can see we're going to pull off of a different radar, so it's going to switch colors, and that's okay. Just to the east of Hemp Hill, south of areas out toward East Hamilton, we're seeing it looks like some decent rotation out there, as well as one just to the northeast of Esto. We're going to see it out toward Bronson and Pineland, where we have that tornado warning still in effect. That's set to go through 3:30 today, or I should say 1:30, my apologies. Not a ton of rotation showing up on our radar just yet, but we were seeing some rotation closer to Browndell today, and that is going to do some different things to our area. Now, this is what we're seeing with our wind tracker out toward Browndell, toward Collins, toward Pineland. Definitely some gusty winds out there as well. Those are going to reach closer to 70 miles per hour with what we're expecting. Now I'm going to throw it back into velocity, or I should say back into reflectivity here, so we can get a better idea of kind of where we are seeing these really it's not smooth. We're seeing all of these bumps in the thunderstorm out there toward St. Augustine, toward Browndell, and out toward just to the east of Hemp Hill. These are set to go through 1:30 for the tornado warning to the west, and toward 1:15 for the tornado warning to the east. Now, as long as these are in effect, we will stay on with you. That way we can make sure you're getting the latest information. If others get issued for East Texas toward Nacogdoches or Center, which is possible, we will continue to stay on. That way you can get the latest. Now I'm going to throw it back over to our Chief Meteorologist, Brett Anthony.
All right, thanks, Sarah. We're taking a look here at the tornado watch that's in effect until 10 p.m. Remember, we have the tornado warnings that are in effect right now, parts of Hemp Hill, St. Augustine, and Shelby County. But you've got all of this area from Smith County to Gregg County on up into Harrison and even Cass County, and south and southwestward toward Houston County, currently in a tornado watch until 10 o'clock. So what this essentially means is we need to be ready that we could have a quick spin up tornado in any of these counties shaded in red. That does include Cherokee County. It also does include Rusk County. So these storms are essentially rotating from the south to the north and back to the northwest a little bit around the center of the circulation, and I'll show you that here in just a second after we go through the rest of the warnings. There's also on top of this a wind advisory, and so the National Weather Service decided instead of issuing a tropical storm warning that they would go with a wind advisory today to cover the wind speeds up to about 30 or 35 miles an hour. And so that wind speed is below tropical storm force. You'd have to get to 39 miles an hour. So if you're in that 35, but gusting at times to 40 or 45, that's where you get the warranted wind advisory out of that. Do we have that wind advisory graphic? So I'll give you that look. That's probably not going to cover the entire area that we see here under the tornado watch that's in effect until 10 p.m. It's going to be from Tyler a little bit farther back to the east. So it essentially does. In fact, it goes a little farther to the north in that it includes Franklin, it includes Titus, Morris, and also Camp County, and then south and eastward. All right, let's go back to the big picture here so you can kind of see what we're dealing with. The center of the low, or the center of Beryl, coming up through Jacksonville, very close to Jacksonville, very close to Tyler. It may just stay to the east, but you can see that essentially the whole area that is currently under a tornado watch or a wind advisory is on that eastern side of the storm where there's more energy. When a storm makes landfall, they usually take the wind speed on the eastern side of the storm, and also the winds that are sustained within that storm. And sometimes you will find the max wind, and I think they did down in Galveston, at about 10 miles, well, it was moving to the north about 10 miles an hour. So you add that to the sustained winds of 80 miles an hour, and you can find winds that would have been closer to 90 as it came on shore. And that was one of the reports I saw out of Matagorda Bay or Matagorda Beach at 92 miles an hour. So all of the strongest winds are going to be on that eastern side of the storm. So you can see the eastern side of the storm is anywhere from Tyler, essentially down to Groveton and eastward. And that's where we find the tornado watches and the wind advisories at this time. All right, so I'm going to head back over to the wall and we'll talk about the velocity right now here. So take a look at that as I make this walk over here. We've got meteorologist Sarah Blue and Savannah Hale in this afternoon, and here's what you're looking at. So there's one circulation, there's two, there's a possible third circulation. There could be a couple of other ones that are going to try to spin up here, but that tornado warning for about the next half hour on Sabine and Shelby County. Fortunately, despite these, what look like fairly significant areas of rotation, especially the distance they are from the radar site. I mean, they look like they could be producing quick spin-ups. No reports of any tornadoes on the ground, no reports of any damage, no reports of anybody seeing anything. Could be rain wrapped, there's a lot of rain out there. And all of that wind that we see in southern parts of Sabine and San Augustine County also at this point not producing anything. And you know, when you look that far away from a storm and you're looking higher into the storm, the radar can see what appears to be some circulation or stronger winds that could be 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 feet off the surface. And so it could stay, that rotation could stay that far above the surface. Now, I would venture a guess, just based on the tropical nature of the storm, you've got some ground scrubbing clouds that are moving through, some SLCs or scary looking clouds that are also moving through. So any one of those features looks like, and especially if you do have a lowering in a storm of this nature, it could, again, produce a quick spin up. And I mean, these things can last a couple minutes. If you'll recall, a couple years ago at Lindsay Park in Tyler, there was one of these little tropical spin-ups that produced a tornado that did some damage to soccer nets, scared the daylights out of some kids who were at soccer camp that morning. But that was one of these sort of, it wasn't associated with a tropical storm, but it was tropical moisture moving northward in much the same way this is, even though they were more isolated. There wasn't even any real lightning or thunder with that, and that spun something up. And then there was another instance later that same summer down in Angelina County in Lufkin, where all of a sudden there started to, stuff started flying around, and there was a little tropical spin up in that, a little cell that was moving north out of Angelina County into the north. And so those are instances that are not associated with a tropical storm, but that just gives you an indication of how fast those things can happen. If you remember those, then you can see and maybe appreciate what we could be looking at here this afternoon. So these little rotations right there now in northwestern, I'd say northeastern parts of Sabine County within that tornado warned area. And that warning goes until 1:15. And then you've got the warning over here towards San Augustine County. That brighter green area could be some straight line winds being pushed out of the storm, and it could be producing some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour, so it could be severe thunderstorm warning. But we'll wait and see if we get any type of damage reports on that. So we're looking here, we're looking at the wind that's going toward the radar, and that's going to be this area in blue, and the area that would be, we're not seeing it, in a reddish area, more or so in here, would be going away from the radar. So I would think that these two have a better chance of producing something on the ground than, say, anything back here in San Augustine or Sabine County currently. So we have another wind product that we could look at, and that might just give us a look at just straight winds. And when we look at that, we don't see, there's probably the best, I think that one probably has the best chance, and that's in Sabine Parish right now. And you can see the lightning increasing also on that cell to the south of Many. So that's going to be east of the Toledo Bend. So that cell there and this cell here probably have the best potential, though looking here at this one up towards San Augustine, maybe we can zoom in on that. Just take a look at that area. It looks like it's trying to increase just a little bit toward Calgary. There might be a little bit of a lowering there, sort of some really low clouds just kind of scrubbing across the ground with the rain that's coming down also in that tornado warned portion of the storm on the northern end of San Augustine County, north of San Augustine, east also of San Augustine, and also north of Ford's Corner. So we tell you to, what the word is, respect the polygon. So if you are anywhere within that polygon, Rosevine, Bronson, McCune, Pineland, it is time to go to your shelter. And that would be the same for areas in Sabine County and Sabine Parish. So East Hamilton, we would tell you to go to your shelter right now. Certainly not the time to be going outside and looking for cloud features or anything like that. You can do that afterwards. Now's the time to start thinking about where you're sheltering up. So that's why we try to get everybody inside. We tell you to get in, you get down, you get covered. Those are the three main things to do. You get in, you get down, you get covered. That way you stay as safe as you can from, let's say, falling trees, debris flying through a window or something of that nature if something were to spin up. Otherwise, you're safe. Now, what you can do, and take along your CBS 19 app, and when you go into your shelter, then you can follow along on our coverage at cbs19.tv, and then if you have our mobile app, you can watch the coverage live. You can also listen to the coverage on one of our Alpha Media radio partners. We have 106.5 Jack FM. We have Kix 105.7. We also have the Ranch, and now they have two different frequencies to be heard on, 104.1 and 103.7. So they just put a new transmitter out in parts of Longview. So now they have double the strength there, 104.1, 103.7 the Ranch, and then of course La Invasora at 96.7. And if you're listening to us on any of those radio stations, we'll get you back to regular programming as soon as these warnings are allowed to drop. But we're going to stay on with these warnings because we can and occasionally do have these spin-ups, and we want to keep everybody safe. That's our main goal, especially with these weather impact alert days, which, by the way, replace our CBS 19 Eye on Weather Day. We had CBS 19 Eye on Weather days to identify days when the weather would be life-threatening or serious enough that where we want you to take some heightened attention to those days. Well, weather impact alert days are essentially the same thing. We just want you to, when we point those days out, and we could point those days out 3-4 days in advance, when we have those weather impact alert days, we're going to give you an early heads up on those storms and potentially not just those storms themselves, but what's the impact? Is it wind? Is it rain? Is it going to be, when we get to winter time, is it going to be ice? And then we're going to tell you what you need to do, when it's going to happen, the impact that you're going to see, and then what you need to do to keep you and your family safe, because that's really what this is all about when we break into programming and come on and talk about tornado warnings that the National Weather Service issues. And there's just no way to tell how far in advance you're going to get one of these warnings that something could spin up on that. And we could talk all day and nothing could ever happen, but the important thing is that we kept you safe, we kept you ahead of the storm. All right, I'm going to toss it back over to Sarah. And Sarah, anything new from the National Weather Service that we know right now?
Hey, Brett, thank you. Well, we were watching, there was a potential tornado debris signature that was seen a little bit earlier, according to the National Weather Service, that has since cleared out. But it does look like we are going to get a tornado warning incoming for northwestern Nacogdoches County. So if you live there, be prepared for that. It is not out yet, but the National Weather Service is saying that they will issue it soon. We're seeing these tiny little spin-ups. It's pretty hard to tell based off of our radar, because usually we're going to see red and green, and that's where it meets, is where we see the rotation. Because this is a hurricane, it's going to move a little bit differently, or I should say a tropical storm now. Because it's a tropical storm, it's moving differently, which means that we're going to see the spin-ups be very fast and hard to see on our radar. We're looking for just these little, almost it looks like divots there. So out across the state line, we're seeing just a little bit divot out to the east of Midland. East Hamilton, make sure that you're in your safe place right now. A couple of divots out there where we're seeing these quick spin-ups. Toward Pineland, it looks like something may be trying to form out there. Looks like we just got our new tornado warning in. Oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like we've got, so this is a tornado observed. When we've got these dashed lines, we've got tornado observed. Again, so this is near Cushing. So if you live in Cushing, let's zoom down on this, Sarah, so we can get as many people in this area, get them to safety and get, so Atoy, Reclaw, Sackville, Lilbert, Nat. Okay, so if you live anywhere, Looneyville, County Road 874, North Farm to Market Road 225, County Road 971. So anywhere inside this area, respect this polygon and head to your safe place now. So this is an observed tornado. That's what that line means. That means a trained storm spotter or perhaps a deputy or a police officer has seen a tornado, and this is what we're talking about in these quick spin-ups. And this, you can see what Sarah was just talking about, how difficult it is to see within the radar any distinct feature that tells us that there are winds going toward the radar or away from the radar. So the fact that this is sort of in a blocked off area means that, for instance, you see this lighter area here, this could be rotating back toward Reclaw or Atoy. There's another area here toward Cushing. Now we just got a new scan in that moved back toward Reclaw. So if there's a way to track this, we can certainly give it a try. I would think if you're in Gallatin, you also want to think about your safe place. Laneville, there's just that little bit of a difference. I like how you put that divot, that little bit of a difference, which you would see if you played golf. You'd see that little slice coming out of the ground, and you can see that just that little carved out area there, and then there might be another one just near Lilbert. So if you live in those areas, and we know we've got a lot of loyal and faithful friends down there who watch CBS 19, if you get a safe picture, and I mean safely, because I want you to be in your shelter, but if you've seen something that you could share with us, please do. You can email that to CBS 19 or weather at cbs19.tv, and then we can confirm that or help out the National Weather Service. So that's right along 204. So Reclaw to Cushing, 204. We need you to be in your safe place right now. Atoy, Lilbert also needs you to be in your safe place. And you know what your safe place is. It's the lowest shelter or lowest floor of your house, apartment, or mobile home, because at this point you can't leave the shelter if it's on top of you like that. And this popped up pretty quick. They were watching the area of circulation, and what they said was northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County, but they also extended that warning all the way. That was a pretty good view. Let's put that back into motion. You can kind of see those little rotations sort of flaring up in there. So anywhere, yeah, there's almost 2 or 3 of those little areas. Really difficult to see, but happening quickly. And one of those apparently did produce something, because these dashed lines mean that it was an observed tornado in that area near Cushing or Lilbert or Atoy, and then also up to the northeast. So here's the southern end of southwestern part of Rusk County. There's Mount Enterprise, just for reference. This is 84 coming out toward Rusk. So through Reclaw. So anybody that lives near 84, 204, up to New Salem, I'd even head to my safe place right now. Out toward Gallatin and anything on 110, even Rusk, I'd be on attention right now if you lived in Rusk. Start looking and thinking about where you're going to shelter. If you live in a mobile, oh, look at this. So there might be in near Cushing. That looks like a little bit of debris showing up here. The Weather Service say something about debris on that?
Yeah, Brett, they're,
okay.
That's the one that they're watching.
Okay, so it looks like we may have, could be limbs, could be building. It doesn't look like building materials right now in that darker green area. It usually indicates some sort of, it's a non-rainfall or say, sleet or snowflake or something like that. We call those non-meteorological products. So again, this is going to be derived. So the radar shoots into the storm and it sees something that doesn't fit the rest of these objects that are in purple. So it sends back and says all of these are likely rain. Some of this, sometimes in a situation where it's hail, it just sends back a different feature and it looks like hail. But sometimes when it sorts it all together and it gives you not just the green but the yellows, and then that can tell us that there might be a little bit of a debris. I want to call it debris ball, but there is debris that has collected together and it is moving. And it's moving to the northwest, so toward Reclaw at about a 111, Gallatin 124, Craft 130, Jacksonville 136, Mount Selman, CUNY, Frankston. I need everybody in these cities. So let's say this did stay on the ground, or that cell itself, as it moved back to the northwest, periodically produced little spin-ups. So the best thing and the safest thing to do is in Jacksonville right now would be to seriously start thinking about where you could shelter. And if you lived in a mobile home in Jacksonville, you'd have time to get to a sturdier shelter. Also in Gallatin, not so in Reclaw, and not so in Cushing. This was right on top of Cushing. We know Dennis watches us from Cushing. We hope he's okay, and praying for him that this is anything more than just maybe some twigs and branches or something like that that got kind of tossed up into the air. But again, that's a confirmed tornado in that part of, this is going to be northwestern Nacogdoches County. Northwestern Nacogdoches County, this is Rusk County. This is going to be northeastern Cherokee County, and then the southern and the other part of Cherokee County. So that's where not the watch box, but the track goes. All right, so let me break that down for the counties again. There's Cushing. This is northwestern Nacogdoches County. So if you live in northwestern Nacogdoches County, southwestern parts of Rusk County, or anywhere in eastern Cherokee County, including the city of Rusk, might be time to go to your safe place right now. We got the tornado warning until 1:15. Reclaw would be next up. Sarah, let's zoom in down here to this cell. We know it was right over Cushing before. and still is. So Sackle, I meant to mention you guys, sorry about that. County Road 1209, anybody along 971. So this is potentially, we'll wait for another scan to come through here. Looneyville is looking to the north of that. Lilburt's also got a pretty good vantage point view of the storm itself if it's producing something at this time. These types of storms spin up something pretty quick. If they can sustain themselves for any length of time, that could be even a little bit more damaging. But this may be one of these situations where the tornado spun something up quickly. It may have already dissipated, but we'll know this in the next scan or so. But what we're looking at here is debris. So it's seeing something that's not, the purple area would be rain. If there was a different color in here, maybe a little bit of hail, but this is definitely not any type of raindrop and or precipitation. So it's something that is either, I don't want to say a building material, they usually come back a little brighter, but certainly something that is not rain and or hail or something of that nature. And these types of storms really aren't conducive to hail today. They're more conducive to these spin-ups that could produce quick tornadoes. So Cushing, looking along 204, Sackle, you're up next. So if you live in those areas, please head to your safe place right now.
Hey, Brett.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead,
I
Sarah.
got word in from the National Weather
Okay.
Service, a new tornado incoming for Mount Enterprise. I think they just issued that warning.
Okay.
All right, there it is. This is for Henderson, for Turnertown, toward Troop. You guys are included in that tornado warning. That's going to go through 1:45. This one has not been observed like the one out toward Cushing has, but if you are in Henderson, make sure you are going to your safe place, as well as toward Turnertown, toward Price, toward Troop. ARP, you need to be in your safe place. Overton, make sure that you are going to the lowest level of the building, the most interior room. The most important thing is that you're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Pleasant Grove, you guys are right on the end of that warning box, as well as out toward Lawsonville, you guys are right on the edge, and then toward Bratchfield, you guys are still in that box.
Can you go back to reflectivity or to the velocity product? Because what we also have that tornado warning extending into Smith County. So Smith County is also in that. So this tornado warning here from Dotson to Laneville, there's Smith County. So when we mention Troop, that's southeastern parts of Smith County. So Smith County is in that northeastern parts of Cherokee County, and then you've got this large portion of Rusk County right now. So let's go back to velocity, Sarah, and see if we can pick up where that rotation is. We know the Cushing storm continues. You've got the tornado warning there. There could be a couple of different areas. You mentioned Brockfield, I think, as part of one of the areas they were looking at, and up toward McKnight. And then quickly on that, just go down and check on that Cushing storm. It may have that looks like that might have dissipated a little bit. Yeah, so we're not seeing anything in the debris there. All right, so back to the wind and just kind of looking at these storms themselves. Let's concentrate on the Smith County storm. That seems to be the newest spin up there in that area near 259 going into Mount Enterprise. So you said 250 Mount Enterprise was the area that they were watching?
Yes.
Okay, and that storm is moving northwest also at about 40 miles an hour. So Henderson is inside the polygon, so please respect the polygon or the red box that you see here, and please head to your safe place. And again, take your CBS 19 mobile app or radio. Listen to our coverage on one of our Alpha Media radio partners. Those are Jack FM 106.5. We've got Kicks 105.7, and we also have The Ranch 104.1 and 103.7, and then La Invasora 96.7. So we have all of those ways for you to listen to our coverage, and then of course watch our coverage on our app and on our Facebook page and on our YouTube channel. And there you go. If you don't have the CBS 19 mobile app, it's free. You can get it on Google Play. You can download it on the Apple Store. And then you can follow along. It has the radar on it. You can track the radar, and then you can watch the coverage. And you can get the latest East Texas severe weather alert. So if there's a new tornado warning issued, if there's a new severe thunderstorm warning issued, it will pop up there. All right, back here on the maps, we've got our Titan indicator showing a pretty strong updraft into this storm. So this looks like this is a strengthening storm. We'll wait and see if we can get some rotation on it here in just a little bit. But again, let's go over places that are in the path of this latest spin up. That was going to be Turnertown. Also, White House was in that path of that little rotation there. And you can see Turnertown right there. Price, there's County Road 401 South. You've got Henderson also in that. And then you've got the airport at Henderson-Rusk County. You've got Joinerville, Turnertown, Wright City, all of these, on up into Sinclair City, ARP, New London, also inside. Overton is inside that watch box. So anywhere that, if you're hearing if I say Troop, you need to be in your safe place. If we say ARP, please be in your safe place. If we say Sinclair City, Blackjack is just outside of that, but please keep an eye on this storm very carefully. Pleasant Grove, McKnight, also keeping an eye on any one of these storms very carefully, as they could quickly spin up something. And it's primarily that little rotation right there that we're looking at on County Road 317, just to the believe east of, I'm not sure what city we were seeing there, south of, I think it was, and again, that was going to be Mount Enterprise was down there. Oh, there it is, Brockfield. All right, so Brockfield was the city. And then that's crossing right over the highway. Again, any of these other little possible spin-ups would be doable in terms of just brief little spin-ups. This tornado warning is going until 1:45, and that's Cherokee, Panola, Rusk, and Smith County. So that's just an idea of where you're looking at. Let's go back to reflectivity. I want to play this out. Just want to see how this is all evolving in terms of, and then maybe widen it out just a little bit and turn off those storm tracks so we can see what we're looking at there. So these are moving south to north through Cushing. So Jackson, okay. Oh yeah, so I think right in here you're seeing some of these darker returns. So we're getting a little bit enhanced wind segments right here through parts of Rusk County, and then of course they're rotating back, and then right in there there's little spin-ups. If you look at them carefully, right there was one, right on reflectivity, just to the east of Jacksonville, just west. I think Mount Enterprise is here, so west of Brockfield. I think that Sarah was showing you. There's another little one there, and maybe another right in there. So these are quick. These could do just a little bit of damage in a short amount of time with those tornado warnings. That remains the tornado warning that we have until 1:15. That was the one that was a sighted tornado by a trained spotter, and we had some debris showing up in that storm. And then of course we've got these other storms. Here's another one that we would want to leave anybody out toward Panola County and Shelby County. There's another tornado warning there. And then this tornado warning in San Augustine and of course Sabine County. But that warning itself, we'll wait and see. This one is set to expire in about 3.5 minutes. We'll see if this one is extended. That might have just been a quick little spin up. This one has these little cells trying to fire up back through parts of Rusk County, back toward Cherokee County and into Smith County, and that goes until 1:45. I don't think we're going to see debris on this anymore, but Sarah, is there any more reports from the Weather Service as to anything confirmed in there? Because that looks like that has since whatever was in there has fallen back to the ground.
Yeah, Brett, I haven't seen any reports of it, and I'm not seeing it pop up on our radar either. I think what our best bet is going to be able to look at those little divots, like I was saying before.
Yeah.
Lots of tornado warnings out there. Once again, we do have a tornado warning in effect for St. Augustine. The counties include Sabine County, St. Augustine County, and Shelby County. That is going to go through 1:30 today. We have another one, which is just to the east of Hemp Hill. That one includes Midlam out toward the state line, East Hamilton, as well as some of the parishes across the area. Up to the north, just to the east of Center, it looks like we're seeing a little rotation just to the northwest of Huxley right now, where you're seeing this brighter green pop up right here. This is what we're watching. This is going to continue up to, it appears, the northwest. This tornado warning includes Panola and Shelby County. That's going to go through 1:45. I'm going to go back to the ones out to the west. This tornado warning out toward Cushing's. This is where we've had a confirmed tornado, so a spotted one that was by a law enforcement officer or by a trained storm spotter. If you're in Cushing's, out toward Atoy, out toward Redlaw, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place right now. Stay there until 1:15 or until this tornado warning is allowed to expire. We did see a very, it looked like a debris ball almost, or I should say a debris signature on our radar in this area, so make sure that you are staying in your safe place. There's one more tornado warning out toward Henderson, out toward, it looks like, Beckville, or I should say Brochville, and more tornado, or that's going to continue all the way through 145 for Cherokee, Panola, Rusk, and Smith County. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Once again, that is the lowest level of the building. That's where you need to be. I'm going to zoom back in and turn off our storm track here because it's kind of blocking that little divot that you need to see. All right, it looks like to the west of Brochville, or Brochfield, I should say, out near South County Road 317, just to the west of it, that's where we're starting to see this rotation. So where we're seeing these very bright whitish pinks against the darker reds. I'll throw a track on this. So for areas out to the northwest, that's where this is going. It's pretty solidly northwest at about 50-ish miles per hour. Now, the National Weather Service has been saying that these are dropping in very quickly, and just as quickly as they drop down, they're popping back up again. So you need to make sure that you are staying very weather aware as we head into the rest of the afternoon. This is all due to Tropical Storm Beryl. That's creating lots of these isolated tornado warnings and quick spin-ups across the area. So let me time out this little spin-up toward Henderson. Or our little, it looks like a spin up toward Henderson. Price, that should get to you in the next 10 minutes or so. Toward Troop, closer to 140. White House, closer to 145. Tyler, almost at that 2 o'clock mark. Tyler Pounds, close to 2 o'clock. Moore Station, closer to 205. And then toward Brownsboro, if it continues to hold and move in the same direction, that would be closer to 210. So if you heard your city or any city that is near you, make sure that you are pricking up your ears and staying weather aware. We just got a new tornado warning in. This one is for Dotson. Counties include Panola, Rusk, and Shelby. All right, Timpson, you guys are in that warning. Pine Hill, you guys as well. Chapman, you are in that tornado warning as well. Out toward Durgin. New Prospect, you are just on the edge of it. I'm going to see if I can find there. That's where it looks like our rotation is, just to the north of Dodson at the moment. There may be a couple other little divots in there, maybe out toward Timpson as well, that we're tracking. So make sure that you are in your safe place. If you are in a tornado warning, make sure you are taking care of yourself. If you're in a mobile home, you probably don't have time to get to a shelter, but if you are anywhere out ahead of it, make sure that you are getting to your safe place. You need to be in a sturdy building. I'm going to go ahead and throw things back over to our chief meteorologist, Brett Anthony.
All right, thank you, Sarah. We got Savannah Hale manning the radar operations here this afternoon. We're looking south of Henderson at this brighter return here to the southeast of Pine Hill. That is in the tornado warned area. That includes Cherokee, Panola, Rusk, and Smith County, and that again goes until 1:45. So they got another about a half hour on that one. The new one that Sarah just mentioned, the Panola, Rusk, and Shelby County, that goes until 2 p.m. In fact, right now we're starting to see some overlap in these tornado warnings, but you can see maybe the brighter return here southwest of Pine Hill, just to the northeast of Dotson. So bottom line, if we read off your city, we need you to be in your safe place. So I'm going to have Savannah kind of zoom in on this area here. You're going to see, I think, 259, anywhere along 259, and then Turnertown, Price. Okay, so we need you to be in your safe place. South of Henderson, closer to where that circulation's sort of moving, right in there to the east of that. So I think that's Pony or Pone, I'm not 100% sure. McKnight is just outside of that, but certainly worth watching. It looks like it's moved out of the Brockfield area. So if you're in Brockfield, I think you're okay, but you need to keep an eye on that storm. And then as we zoom in on Henderson, there's another little circulation there. And this is what makes these so difficult. I mean, we could have end up today with, maybe 10, 15 small tornadoes that touch down and just in a second and then, knock down a couple trees and then lifted back up. And it's hard to even know if it happened. It could happen between radar scans. It could happen within rain. This is a really difficult day to really pinpoint, except for when we had debris like we showed you there toward Cushing that was headed toward Sackville. That's the only one that had any kind of real definitive signature on it that it could have possibly been a tornado. All right, widen that out for me, Savannah. This is our CBS 19 wind tracker. It's 1:15 here on this 8th day of July, where Tropical Storm Beryl is moving through East Texas, and we've got the winds and circulation around it that are creating these small tornado warnings. So south of Henderson is one of those areas. In fact, we just saw our Titan indicator pop on the indication that there is a strengthening updraft in this storm. So this storm is getting a little bit stronger. So if you live in Henderson, please go to your safe place right now. And you want that to be the lowest floor you could possibly find within your house or your apartment or your mobile home. If you live in White House and you live in a mobile home, this would be the time to leave and go find a safer place to hang out for the next, say, 3, 4, 5 hours in a sturdier shelter. Same thing holds with New Summerfield and over toward Jacksonville and Mount Selman. Overton, you need to be in your shelter. Back here, Savannah, if we just want to click on that Heightened indicator and see what we're getting out of that, that's going to be very close to what's going on here at Henderson. So no tornado impact, but a lot of wind. So it's producing some very strong wind gusts, and the flooding impact is pretty low on top of that. Maximum hail size, if there's any hail in that, the probability of it is only 10%. So this is really a wind-driven cell right now as we clear that off the board here near Pine Hill, Dotson, and Henderson. So, and it looks like we've also just dropped that indicator that that cell was just a little bit stronger. So just to recap, we got Panola, Shelby County tornado warning till 1:45. That's going to be the next half hour. And then you've got about 45 more minutes on the Panola, Rusk, and Shelby County tornado warnings, and that goes until 2 p.m. So let's go back to reflectivity, and maybe we can get just with this red on red, it might be just a little bit difficult to see. So if we can get back to a reflectivity view, we can maybe see just a little bit better where those cells are lining up. But I like to see where those brighter areas are. That just kind of gives us a nice indication of the type of areas of rotation. And where they're popping up, we'll need to take the tornado watch off so we can see the radar better there. So then orange on red is difficult, but I think you can probably see a little bit better. Oh, okay, now we got a couple of tornado indicators down here. So things getting a little stronger in parts of Shelby County. So this is Shelby County moving up into Panola County. We have tornado observed. These lines are tornado observed. Look at this one, the orange. That's going to be along 171, and that's going to be just on the, widen that out just a little bit. I'm trying to get a reference point. San Augustine, Sabine County. So that's going to be over on the Louisiana side toward Mansfield. That's close. That's very close to Toledo Bend. And then you've got another San Augustine tornado warning down here. So right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings on the map, which is probably more than we've had all spring long. So this area here was ripe to see the possibility of tornado spin-ups, and that's what we're getting here as we get into the afternoon. We got into a time of day where there's just a little more instability, and so we're now starting to see these storms spinning up. Let's check out that cell. So when you see these yellows, and this is going to be a yellow, this is a medium strength tornadic vortex signature. We're also seeing those striped lines telling us that there is an observed tornado in here. So we likely have a tornado somewhere close to Logansport, somewhere close to Tenaha, just to the east of Center. In fact, the tornado impact on that is a 7.6. So there is a tornado somewhere in that cell that is south of Logansport, just on the north, I think near Toledo Bend. So you need to be off the water for sure. Okay, we got another observed here at Dotson. So let's go to check that one out. We got an observed tornado now. Anytime we're seeing the lines here, but we're not seeing any type of Titan indicator telling us what we're seeing exactly in terms of stronger rotation, stronger updrafts, and or if we're getting a tornadic vortex signature. So what we need to go with this one is back to the storm relative. We need to go back to our wind tracker, and we look at the wind tracker here, and it's tough to see. There could be one here, there could be one up to the north there. Widen that out just a little bit. Got to just do a little bit of analysis on the fly here as we look at this. Well, that is the one. Oh, you see, this is the one at the bottom. That just caught my attention. That green next to the red. That's essentially what we would be looking for in this cell here, but we don't see that. We do see this brighter yellow against some red near Henderson, but it's this part of the cell here. So if you live in Pine Hill, Dotson, or Timpson, please go to your safe place right now. And as soon as we can find a signature that we can ping on and then track that. We'll get it on that. Widen that out just a little bit. It's tough to see when we zoom in. Let's look at that Dotson area. Let's go where we are on velocity right now, and just not seeing anything that's definitive, but somebody has spotted one. That's why it's in that hash line. In fact, there's another hash line over there that we showed you just east of Tenaha, and that one is observed. And then we have this other tornado warning here toward Henderson that goes until 2 p.m. This tornado warning for Panola and Shelby County, but this is part of this one. So there's overlapping tornado warnings at this time. Panola, Rusk, and Shelby right here till 2 p.m. And that one has the tornado observed. I'm going to toss it back over to you guys. Is there anything in terms of from the Weather Service of seeing stuff?
So the National Weather Service did say that there have been 3 radar confirmed tornadoes ongoing, and 2 are in Shelby and 1 is in the Sabine Parish. So those are some of the ones that we've been looking at right now. Now, this is what Brett has been looking at. I think this one down near center. Okay, so here's that one out here towards the Sabine Parish. You can see that one just across the border. And then the one near center, that would be in Shelby. So I think these are the ones that we've been looking at. You can see those. They haven't been talking about the one that we were just looking at near the Dotson area. I don't think, unless Sarah, have you seen anything on that either?
On the Dotson area one, I have not seen any updates, but yeah, just like Savannah has been saying, we have lots of spotted tornadoes. Those are for the areas that are under these hatched areas. So it looks like the chevrons, the stripes. So out toward Dotson, we have seen, we have reports of a spotted tornado. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Just toward Gary City, we're seeing a very defined tornado vortex signature just to the north of Camp T. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Let me throw a track on this. All of these storms seem to be moving close to 50-ish miles per hour. So control room, if we can take max 1 real fast, that way we can see this track. That would be great, thank you. So out toward Joaquin, closer to 130 is when that should get to you. Gary City, closer to 150. Carthage, around 2 o'clock. Delray, closer to 210. Beckville, closer to 217, and then out toward Gill, closer to 222. So if you heard your city, make sure that you are pricking your ears, and you need to be staying weather aware. Not all of you are necessarily in a tornado warning, but if you are under that tornado warning, you need to stay in your safe place. I'm going to go ahead and read off some of our cities. So Pine Hill, you need to be in your safe place. Out toward Brockfield, you need to, as well as toward Dodson, Timpson, stay in your safe place as well. Logansport, you need to stay in your safe place. Gary City, you're right on the edge of a warning right now, so make sure that you are staying very weather aware. Paxton, stay in your safe place. That's the lowest level of the building. St. Augustine, you need to still stay in your safe place. You're under a tornado warning for the next little bit under 5 minutes or so. Denning, still a tornado warning in place. We're seeing these all across our area today. The ones that are under stripes is where we have seen spotted tornadoes. So just to the east of Henderson, coming and clipping the city barely. Chapman, you guys are under a spotted tornado warning. We're going to see more out toward Pine Hill, out toward Dodson. Once again, make sure that you are staying safe. We're still seeing lots of disorganized storm activity out to the east across the border in Louisiana, but because this is a tropical system, it's rotating very broadly, which means we could see those circulate into our area over the next little bit. I'm going to put this in motion so you can start to see how it moves. You see how it's starting to kind of circulate all together. So the stuff that's over the border may get blown into parts of the piney woods later today. Make sure that you are staying weather aware and staying safe. Hey, Savannah, have you seen any updates out there?
Yes, I actually do have some updates. So I just wanted to look at this radar real quick. Appleby in the county of Nacogdoches, this is where we saw a tornado warning earlier. Currently not under any tornado warning, still under that tornado watch, but I did have some reports of damage. This is from the city of Appleby, once again in Nacogdoches County. They had a Valero gas station that was hit by that possible tornado, and also a tractor trailer shop destroyed. So I'm sure sure that that is what, I think that was in one of our areas that had that tornado confirmed tag on it, or that spotted tornado. So that's probably one of those areas. Once again, Appleby not under a tornado warning at the moment, but we still have lots of ongoing areas out here with all of these tornado warnings. Multiple signatures that you can see, those tornado strengthening icons on our map here. We still have this tornado sighted tag on this storm towards the Dotson area once again, and this one moving towards Logansport and Carthage, just on the outskirts of Gary City. So these are something that we'll continue to watch. That signature, this was one that looked a little bit tighter earlier. If we could go ahead and take Max 2 maybe. I have it zoomed in. That signature that was on the Logansport area, that has weakened just a little bit. We don't see as much bright green and red in this area right here where we did earlier, but we still do have our Titan indicator showing some decent rotation in that area. But the good news is it looks like it has maybe weakened just a little bit. Let's see.
Savannah,
We got a new tornado warning.
All right.
Okay, so we have some pictures here that we got from the city of Jasper. So we're going to show you some damage. I've also seen some. So this is on their Facebook page, the city of Jasper that you're looking at here. So they had a tornado on the west side of town, damaged power lines, buildings, power outages all over town is what they're saying. They don't have an estimated time when power will be restored, but that was in Jasper. That's one of the early tornado warnings that we've seen. And then Dana Huey sharing some information with Savannah about the tornado damage in Appleby, which is in northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County, and we showed you on the radar near Cushing there was a debris signature, and that debris signature likely tied to the damage that we saw in northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County. That cell itself continues to move back to the northwest. All right, so zoom out here. We're too close. There it is. So we've got this cell here. Now we're going to slow down here and just kind of walk everybody through what's going on. So this is a confirmed sighting of a tornado, and that's going to be eastern Shelby County, southeastern parts of Panola County. That goes until 1:45. Then we have another tornado warning here for central Shelby County and the city of Center. So if you live in Center, we need you in your safe place. And then it appears that there is another spotted or spotter confirmed tornado, at least someone not just radar indicated, but spotted by a trained spotter on another cell. And let's kind of zoom closer in on this one. So we're getting a lot of overlap here. So that's going to be that city of Dotson one, which we're having a hard time seeing any type of circulation within that cell itself on our velocity product. But that doesn't mean it's not there. What it means is that this thing could spin up real quick. I mean, I think that's what happened in Appleby. It spun up real quick, did some damage. There's also some residential damage being reported in parts of Nacogdoches County. So that's all going to be all that was here, and that cell itself has weakened. But now that I think the line that's helping to produce that, the strong winds closer to the core of what's left of Tropical Storm Beryl, is helping to produce that extra little spin in the atmosphere, that extra little energy. And so Dotson would be one of those places that you need to be in your safe place. And again, this is kind of unusual. Sometimes when we see tornadic thunderstorms, we've got all kinds of lightning, and it tells us that there's a lot of hail, there are strong updrafts in the storm, and it's not going to be the case today. What we're going to end up seeing is very little in the way of lightning, some heavy rain, and then these brief spin-ups from the wind, and it's just generally because the tropical storm is spinning, and so the little lobes of moisture and the little lobes of wind coming off of the central circulation, they're also spinning, and if they can spin tight enough, then they can quickly spin up a tornado, and we have seen that from time to time. If we could head back here to velocity on some of these and see if there is a brighter indication on any of these cells. And all of this, again, this is just looks like some strong wind from Mixon back toward Henderson. I mean, we might be getting just straight line winds in here. This is what this looks like. This looks very indicative of what we saw the night of June 3rd when we saw the damage around the Andy Woods area. So this may just be where we've got a lot of wind aloft within the cell, within the corridor of the storm that's being forced down to the ground by moisture, by gravity, and that is rushing outward and creating some damage. And it can, at times, as that air is being, that downward transfer of momentum is being executed, it can create these little spin ups. And so anywhere in there, and again, they're going to be very brief. So Henderson, I hope you're still staying in your shelter. Carthage, hope you're still in your shelter. Mixon, you're probably going to feel some wind here real soon. By the way, our Alpha Media radio partners have confirmed that they have joined us, and so you can listen to our coverage on that radio. Jack FM 106.5, of course, Kicks 105.7, and then the Ranch at 104.1 and 103.7. So two different choices there. And of course, La Invasora at 96.7. And we'll eventually get everybody back to regular programming when all of these tornado warnings expire. But that may take some time because we do have tornado warnings ongoing until 2 o'clock. So all of these bright, whiter areas, in fact, let's kind of zoom this out and look at all this. So this is just wind that's being let me go back to reflectivity here, because I think the center of this whole storm might be, all right, we need to turn off that tornado watch and then expand that back a little bit. The center of the storm is still back here, so we're just getting just a lot of energy just being forced from the south to the north, and it's this is pretty much what we anticipated when we got to about 2 o'clock. This is where the strongest winds and the heaviest rain would come. Tyler's just sitting outside of that. That's the center of what's left of Beryl as it lifts northeast. That purple area there is going to be flash flood warning. So you can see, at least in East Texas, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ongoing tornado warnings right now, and then one right on the Louisiana border close to the Toledo Bend. So all of these tornado warnings, we'll zoom slowly back in on those and bring you up to date. Now, I don't see any more dashed lines indicating that anything is observed, so it's just radar indicated at this time. So that's certainly good news. But any of these could produce a quick spin up, and some of this again could be just some strong winds. These are tornadic vortex signatures in the medium to stronger range, but they are over on the Louisiana side. Hopefully they stay there, but these cells again are moving northward. This whole area, by the way, was under what is a level 3 risk of severe weather, and that indicates that there could be numerous severe thunderstorms out of that, and that is indeed the case. So a little thunderstorm here moving into Angelina County. The other part of this is going to be the heavier rain, except in these little pockets where this drier air is being wrapped into the storm as it moves northward. Crockett, Jacksonville, Mount Enterprise also seeing some of the heavier rain coming down right now, or at least moderate to heavy rain, and then these tornado warnings. So let's go back to velocity and see if we can track any of these circulations that we might be able to see. For instance, let's track that one towards center up to the north and see where that is headed. That looks like that's near Choice, near Newville. That's going to be in southern parts of Shelby County. That's headed up toward Tenaha, just to the east of Garrison, moving north, and all of these are moving north at about 50 miles an hour. So Jericho, 140, Timpson, just before 2 o'clock, Gary City just after 2, Buncombe about 2:10, Carthage 2:17, Beckville and Tatum all within the next hour. So if you see any of these cities here, Jericho, Timpson, Gary City, Buncombe, Carthage, Beckville, Tatum, let's get to our safe place, especially anything up through Gary City. The other cities after that, this is where you start to think about going to your shelter. Hopefully you have a severe weather plan. You knew before today where you were going to go. And hopefully you have prepared for that plan. And then if you live in a mobile home, maybe you've gone to a sturdier shelter. But if you live in anywhere, if you're in that area, in that polygon or that box, and you live in a mobile home, the best thing to do is to stay where you are, stay put. Believe it or not, sometimes they can be dangerous, but you need to be inside. We always say, get in, get down, and get covered. Being sheltered is much better than being left out exposed to the elements. All right, let's go to another one of these storms here and see if there's another area to track in terms of the velocity. Yes, Sarah?
Interrupt really
Sure,
fast.
absolutely.
I'm getting word in from the National Weather Service that the Tyler and Longview areas, we're tracking a band of tornadic supercells that are going to be moving west into the area right now. So Tyler and Longview, make sure that you're staying weather aware. You're not currently under any tornado warnings, but the National Weather Service is saying that we will likely have a lot of fast spin-ups. So this is going to happen very quickly. Make sure that you are on your feet and that you're preparing now, especially if you live in a mobile home, You want to make sure that you are able to get to your safe place very, very quickly. That needs to be a sturdy building. So make sure that you are able to get to that. I'll throw things back over to our Chief Meteorologist, Britt Anthony, in just a minute. But we are still tracking that. And again, Tyler, Longview, no warnings just yet, but the National Weather Service will likely issue some because they are watching that area right now. Otherwise, tornado warnings are stretching all across parts of the Piney Woods, including Henderson, Laneville, Timpson, Jericho, Gary City. You guys are currently in a tornado warning as well. Let me clear off this track. That way we can see it a little bit more. A couple of tornado warnings stretching all across the area toward Laneville. Henderson, once again, you are in that, as well as Turnertown, Pine Hill. Now, the good news about this is we don't have anything that is under a striped line. That's where we have seen a confirmed tornado. Now, I'm going to take things down just a little bit out toward Jasper. Control room, can we take the tower cam? This is our view out in Jasper. A little bit earlier, we were seeing the rain come down horizontally. If you look outside right now, that's just an indication of how strong these winds are. Now, this again is just to the south of our area, not here, but it could make it to areas out toward Broadus and out toward Hemp Hill. If you take a look back at our radar, tornado warning stretching toward Henderson, Mount Enterprise, and just to the east of Carthage. Carthage, you are currently not under a tornado warning. Gary City, you guys are. Looks like we're seeing a rotation just to the northeast of Paxton. Savannah, have you been tracking that? Have you seen anything more about those tornado warnings?
So I have just been looking, specifically following some people on Facebook talking about some of their updates that they've been saying, kind of looking at the different areas that we've been also tracking throughout the day. Like Sarah just said, I was getting back to a couple people. Gary City's still just right on the edge of that tornado warning, and that goes until 1:45, so the next 5 minutes. But like Sarah was also saying just a few minutes ago, the National Weather Service did say that there is a band of tornadic supercells, and we're continuing to watch this as it moves up through the Piney Woods. So this is something that we'll be tracking throughout the rest of the afternoon. So we've got multiple ongoing tornado warnings, a few that are set to expire within the next couple of minutes. We're waiting to see if they will get extended. No exact word from the National Weather Service that they're extending those directly, but because of this band with these tornadoes and supercells in it, I would expect that they probably will extend just a couple more of these as they continue to move to the north. So a lot of gusty winds out there, heavy bands of rainfall now moving to the Henderson area. Dotson looks like you're just on the back end, still in this tornado warning for the next 20 minutes, but kind of on the backside of maybe a little bit of a heavier rain spot. Logansport just on the backside where we saw that tight signature earlier of those brights, reds, and greens together, but right now no Titan indicators showing that we have anything specific going on in any of these storms. Brett, do you have anything for us either?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at some areas of Angelina County. Certainly want to stay off the roads down in Angelina County. We're getting several reports of trees down across the roads down to the south and near Lufkin area especially. So this is the storm itself as it's moving from the south to the north. That's the center of the circulation. So I got to tell you, if you haven't had or experienced anything yet, you think, oh, the storm, we missed on the storm. No, it's still coming. We have several more hours to go before this storm moves all the way through, and it's going to continue lifting from the south to the north. So all of these little areas within the tornado watch are tornado warned storms. So the fact that we've got numerous tornado warnings is not surprising. There might be a couple more, especially the closer we get to what still looks like a fairly well intact eye of the tropical storm. And the latest track that we saw on the advisory this morning still had the storm holding together some tropical storm characteristics as it moved all the way through East Texas, not weakening to a tropical depression or an extratropical cyclone until it reached southwest Arkansas. So that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have winds that would be in excess of 39 miles an hour sustained, but what it could mean is that you'd continue to get these tornado spin-ups as the whole center of the circulation continues to move to the north. This is a new tornado warning until 2:30. That is on the Louisiana side, closer to Interstate 49. That is going to be east of Logansport. We are more concerned about the Tenaha, southeastern Panola County storm that is rotating back toward Carthage. Carthage right now, you are not in a tornado warning, but I want you to take your precautions, think about where you are going. Dotson, you've been in a tornado warning for quite some time now, and you remain in that tornado warning, I believe, for at least the next few minutes. We do have a couple of tornado warnings set to expire at 1:45. We shall see what happens. This is another cell here that was issued in a tornado warning that included Smith County. We have seen some weakening in the cells, have not seen a lot of rotation within this area toward Henderson, toward Laneville, but again, any possible moment, there could be that quick spin up that lasts a couple of minutes and it does some damage. Hopefully we don't get major damage. Hopefully everyone can stay safe. That's why we are on the air, to keep you way ahead, well out ahead of the storms with our weather impact alert day and with our coverage here this afternoon. All right, this is CBS 19 live radar at this time with that heavier cell over Henderson. And by the way, I did hear from Dennis down in Cushing. He's okay. There was some damage around the Cushing area, but Dennis says they had about 2 inches of rainfall in a very short period of time. So not only do you get wind, you also get some heavy rainfall with this, which can cause some ponding on the roadways. And I believe Sarah and Savannah were talking about avoiding travel throughout the day today, and that is one of the best things to do for the rest of tonight. I would avoid travel until this storm moves well up into Arkansas, and that's not going to happen until at least 1 o'clock tonight. It might be closer to 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning before everything is entirely out of East Texas. That doesn't mean that it won't stop raining at Nacogdoches by about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, or that the storm settles down there. But for the whole system to get out of our entire area, it's going to take until after midnight. So we still could have tornado warnings being issued, especially in the area that's under the tornado watch that goes all the way up into Cass County. That includes Marion and Harrison County, includes Gregg County, even parts of Smith County. And there's Smith County in that tornado watch and seeing a tornado warning. But again, we're not picking up anything in terms of anything on the ground, and certainly no hashed marks where anybody is seeing anything. Let's go back to velocity and look at these storms again. I think our bigger threat here is going to be these brighter pink areas, and that's where we're just seeing some pretty strong wind gusts at this time. So at 1:45, it looks like we did have the tornado warning for parts of that went from Rusk County into Cherokee and Smith County. That has been allowed to expire. We still have this new one that goes until 2 o'clock. That's DeSoto Parish. And then this one itself, let's see what the timing on that one. That goes until 2 o'clock. That is Panola and Rusk County. So in this area here where you're seeing those bright pinks, there could be a quick spin up. We'll wait and see. The Weather Service may be trying to see if something else will spin up. We might be talking about areas that have been sort of producing and using up their energy, using up their spin. The farther north they go, maybe a better chance for them to either create another spin farther north and perhaps lessen that spin the farther south they go. So at this point, if you live in Pine Hill, at Dotson, Henderson, again, hopefully you're staying in your safe place. You're watching CBS 19, you're watching us on the mobile app, you're listening to us on the radio stations, you're staying safe, and you're making it through this tropical storm. It's Tropical Storm Beryl. It does not happen to see a tropical storm move through East Texas. Again, we believe the last time this happened might have been 15 years ago with Ike, and then before that it was Rita. So it just does not happen. Harvey tried to make a run, but I don't believe it moved and brought all of its power and all that heavy rain into East Texas. So those tornado warnings remain in effect. That's Panola and Rusk County. So we're not seeing anything well defined in terms of circulations, either over toward Grand Bluff or Carthage. Just a lot of what could be some very gusty winds. In fact, if we can switch the wind product here to where we're looking at more or less, we're not taking away the motion of the storm. We're just looking at the wind within the storm, and we're not seeing anything much in that way there. So the winds don't look terrible. They are gusty. I'm sure they're gusting closer to 30 or 35, maybe even 40 miles an hour, but they just did not look terrible on either one of those products. If we wanted to, we could check out our debris tracker. I do not think we're going to find anything in terms of debris. There's something toward Carthage, though, so that's concerning. So that tornado warned portion of the storm toward Carthage could be very concerning. We may have had a quick spin up there. That's moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So sometimes it's very difficult to see again, like I said, but you get something like this, and that tells us that there is something. It might be branches. It could be a piece of a shed. It could be, a piece of a metal roof or something like that. Anyway, that's headed toward Tatum, 201. So 14 minutes. If you live in Tatum, please head to your safe place. Outside of the warned area is Lakeport and Longview. So if you're watching us from those two areas, gather up your belongings, head to your safe place in case this is extended into your area and in case that cell continues. Let's drill down onto that cell itself and give us a closer. We know it's close to Carthage. It was on the east side of Carthage. There's Beckville. So this is 149. Here's Carthage. Beckville's right there, right on. That would be next up. So we're going to stay with us until we get another scan, and perhaps we can either see if that debris signature extends up toward Beckville. That would give us an idea that there is still something spinning and creating damage in the Beckville area, or toward Grand Bluff, or Holland Quarters, or Delray. If you live in any of those places, please get to your safe place. If you live near Loop 59, please get to your safe place. So if you live within the city of Carthage, hopefully you are in your safe place right now, as that looks like it is some sort of debris signature showing up here, and it has doesn't have as high of a return, so it's not rain and it's not any type of precipitation. It's something a little bit lower than that, and so because it's lower, it's in that green and yellow area. It may be something that's either a little bit larger. It could be something that it's not the same size as everything around it, is essentially what you're looking at. So the radar's looking into this image, and what it's trying to do is it's trying to find all the other likewise and similar images, and then it sorts them into those colors that we've seen. All right, so we have a new, and it looks like it's weakened just a little bit, but still a debris signature near Beckville. So hopefully if you live in Beckville, you are in your safe place. And that's continuing to move to the northeast. So it's going to move just about out of the tornado warned area, but that does go on until 2:30. So we're going to have to stay with this storm for quite some time. 149, if you live anywhere along 149, if you live at 3231 North Farm to Market Road, that's where that cell is essentially headed, out into that area. Let's zoom in on Beckville just a little bit and give an idea of a couple of other roads around there. So it looks like 149 is basically going to be the road that we have the most concern with, especially to the north and east of 149. But you also have, let's track that cell. So this is the latest scan, a new scan that came out, and it shows that little bit of a debris signature that's left Carthage, moved out toward Beckville, and continues moving to the northwest, roughly at 50 miles an hour. So Tatum would be up at about 155. So 5 minutes from now, Tatum's going to be right here on the very edge. It's on the Rusk and Panola County line. So if you live in Tatum, please go to your safe place. Longview would be about 217, Lakeport about 210. And then up toward Gladewater if it held together for the next 40 minutes or so. But the latest scan showed a weakening of that signature, so that's certainly good. It did look like, I think when Sarah looked at the velocity product, that had jumped up and looked like maybe it was spreading out a little bit. So there may be some downburst winds occurring. So we may have had something that tried to build up, tried to spin, and now it looks like it's spreading out a little bit as it heads more into Rusk County. So we maybe see a dissipating of whatever, if it was a tornado, it's dissipating at this time. The colder air aloft, if there is colder air aloft in a tropical system, sometimes that's tough to get. But that is essentially emptying out. It could be a lot of rain, because this is a moisture-laden storm. All that moisture just rushing out, and so it brings with it the wind, and the wind's creating sort of this starburst pattern. So there could be some downburst energy right there on the Rusk and Panola County line. That might be also what we're seeing in terms of some of that damage. Sometimes you don't need a tornado to create damage that's equivalent to a tornado, meaning you can have in these downburst winds 80, 85, 90 mile an hour downburst winds that can do similar damage to what a weak tornado would do. Back here on the Louisiana side, they've got another observed tornado that we'll need to keep an eye on, because that does move into parts of Panola County, and that's going till 2:30. So that is going to be, it looks like that's the other one. This is going to be this part of this cell here. That was just popped up, and it just says let's zoom out and see if we can get one of the arrows to adhere to that. I think this is the new warning that just popped up on us here. So that is DeBerry, that is Coulter, and that's probably going to go till it's got to go till 2:30. So that is now an observed tornado. Someone has spotted a tornado within that cell. Again, you're not seeing a lot of great features when you look at that, and we'll have to look back toward the southwestern corner right there, so near Long Street. So near Long Street, there might be that spin up. Well, actually, it looks like it's right in here is the better spin up. So that red and green are meeting, and they are heading back into that area. So they've basically extended this tornado warning to the southwest that goes until 2 o'clock for DeSoto Parish, but now they've pushed that later into the afternoon, and that's going to go up into Panola County. So keep an eye on this portion of this cell here, because that could be something where they say they've got an observed tornado, and so maybe that in the next scan you'll see this jump up here, and that's what trained storm spotter is seeing. They're seeing the rotation associated with that rotation, that couplet that we have on our radar screen there, and with that couplet, then what you would end up seeing would be something that's either on the ground or creating some damage. So that is really of concern for right now. That's going to be to the northeast of Funston, toward Long Street, toward Kiachi. All right, so back here this is the other portion of the storm. That's on the southwest side of Carthage. We had this other part closer to Beckville. Let's check out the debris again on that. We had a pretty good debris signature earlier on that cell. It looks like it's starting to weaken a little bit. So whatever was tossed aloft is now settling back to the ground. Now down toward Logansport, it looks like we might be getting some bad data here. This looks like this could be something of coincidence or circumstance, and that's going to be on the Louisiana side. But again, that crosses over into northeastern parts of Panola County. So let's zoom in on this and track this into Panola County. This portion of the storm, and again, we're not getting a time on that yet, but it's got to go till 2:30, and that's Long Street, and so now that looks more impressive southwest of Carthage. So if you live in Carthage, please go to your safe place right now and hang out there until we give you the all clear. All right, so right in here, trained storm spotter has spotted at least something that may have touched down, and that is in the Long Street area, headed over toward Wascom, Crossroads, Marshall, and Karnak, if it continues to move to the northeast that far into parts of Harrison County and up toward Karnak and Caddo Lake. So if you know anybody on Caddo Lake, probably best to get them off the lake. Hopefully they've gotten off a long time ago with the heavy rain starting to move in. We're seeing a lot of bright returns around Tatum, some strong winds at that point. The Panola County storm now goes until 2:30. So this is going to be the latest on this one. So we've got that part of the Caddo and DeSoto Parish and then Panola County that is in the warning till 2:30. All right, and then Bethany is off to the east on the Louisiana side. Carthage, we continue to watch that spin up there, and that looks like that has tightened up just a little bit. Maybe let's zoom in back here. That's going to be southwest of Carthage. We had another one that was near Carthage that spun and went out toward Tatum, and now this one looks like it's trying to spin up again on the back side of that. Let's track this up to the northeast and see where that is headed. Keeping everybody out ahead of these storms. Hopefully you've been watching with us. We appreciate your time this afternoon. We appreciate letting meteorologist Sarah Blue, Savannah Hill, and myself keep you guys safe throughout these tornadic storms that are spinning up in the wake of Tropical Storm Beryl. So Tatum, right on at 2:16, so about 20 minutes. We're giving you 20 minutes lead time on that cell. Also, Carthage is going to be right there, so you get about 10 minutes for Carthage, and then about 20 minutes in Tatum, Easton 223, Hallsville at 229. So rotation showing up now in a medium strength rotation as it moves through parts of Panola County up into, it's not warned for Rusk County, though Rusk County is in part of a tornado warning here. That one goes, I believe, until 2 o'clock. So we're going to see some changeover here in terms of the warnings, where we're going to transition from the warnings that were scheduled to end at 2 o'clock, and we'll see how many more go until 2:30 and exactly how everything lays out. There have been a lot of spotters out there that have spotted some confirmed tornadoes. There have been some confirmed spin-ups. We've had reports of some damage in northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County in the Appleby area. We've had some reports of trees down and some other damage in parts of Angelina County in the Lufkin area, and also some residential damage in rural parts of Nacogdoches County. So it does look like we had a few spin-up tornadoes so far in the afternoon. We're just nearing 3 o'clock here on CBS 19 in our CBS 19 Weather Impact Alert Day. And we've been on since just as the midday show was ending, about 12:20, with our initial tornado warning that was going to be over parts of Sabine and San Augustine County. And since then, we've tracked all of those cells northward, and they've continued to move north, and they've moved into parts of Nacogdoches County. They've moved into Rusk County. We had a tornado warning at one point for Smith County. We have not heard any reports of any damage with the Smith County storm, but the cities of Arp and Troop were also included in that warning for a time. You are clear of any type of warning. All of Smith County currently not under any type of tornado warning. I don't want to mislead anybody by talking about tornado warnings in Smith County. That was about an hour ago that has been allowed to clear. Right now, though, we're waiting on the word from the National Weather Service about these little, what looks like areas of rotation, strong winds in northeastern parts of Rusk County. This has not been extended. This one area here moved out of Carthage, and then it looked like it had some debris with it near Carthage, near Beckville, and it looked like it was weakening. In fact, let's go back and check our debris and see if we've got anything else as it heads toward Tatum. We're still seeing this portion of the cell here till 2:30. That's the one that is moving into Panola County, northwest of Carthage. So this one has some definite, those blues there would indicate that we've got some kind of building material. So we might have some kind of building damage, maybe residential damage, maybe business damage here on that cell as that moves toward Marshall. That one's southwest of Marshall, but I'm telling you right now, if you live in Marshall, if this holds together, this is going to create some problems in southern parts of Harrison County and certainly in northeastern parts of Panola County. So we'll wait on, I don't see any other signatures that tell us that we've got any kind of other debris. This is weakened outside of Tatum, so this is going to be our next cell of concern. Let's track this as it moves into Harrison County and northeastern Panola County. So if you're with us from those counties, we appreciate it. We also want to thank our radio partners for joining us here this afternoon. That's going to be 106.5 Jack FM, 106, 105.7. We've got 104.1 and 103.7 The Ranch, and then La Invasora. They are also staying on air with us as we cover all of these tornado warnings. We've had up to 7 tornado warnings so far, and we know that we've had some damage so far in parts of East Texas from the spin-ups off of what is left of Tropical Storm Beryl. So that's DeBerry. Right now, that debris would be near DeBerry, and that is headed toward Bel Air, and I cannot see underneath that line. So I think it's Gill. I'm not sure if that's what that is. It's up toward Longview, and so maybe we can clear that off there for a second. I think it's Gill. So it's headed up toward Gill, and we need to move that around just a little bit or zoom in on that, just a hair. Zoom in on, yeah, up in here. So DeBerry, and then I believe we had Gill up in here. Crossroads, Elysian Fields is also in line for that, and so that's outside of the warned area. But again, there's debris near Highway 79 moving to the northeast. So if you live in DeBerry, please be in your safe place and stay there until this part of the cell moves over top of you. This is going to go over Highway 79. There's Elysian Fields. It's going to move into Elysian Fields. Beckville right now is in the clear. That cell that was near Tatum has moved outside of the tornado warned area. That has been allowed to expire, though we still have the tornado warning in Panola County until 2:30. And then we have this other cell here that's in the eastern part of Panola County until 2:30. We're going to wait and see exactly what happens with that cell. It could end up moving into Harrison County here within the next, say, hour or half hour or so. So that is concerning with the blues in there. Sarah or Savannah, any news from the Weather Service on anything there from damage?
Hey, Brett. Yeah, I haven't seen any damage reports so far, but something that I want to point out is some of the tornado warnings, which are currently out across the border in Louisiana, have been marked as considerable damage, which means that that is a life-threatening tornado. Again, those are not in our area. Those are across the Louisiana border. But if you check a look at the circulation of this, there's a chance that they could circulate into parts of our area. I'll throw it on and you can see areas, the bands that are out toward Louisiana have a chance of moving into parts of I-20. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. Of course, we're going to keep you updated every step of the way. So I'll put us back into seeing what we're seeing right now. We have tornado warnings. Once again, still across parts of Carthage. Tatum, you're just on the end of that. Beckville, you're in that tornado warning as well. And we just got, it appears we got a flash flood warning in effect. That's going to go through 5 p.m. today. That's going to be for Panola, Rusk, and Shelby counties. That's going to go once again till 5. Henderson, you're included in that flash flood warning, as well as Turnertown. Brockfield, you're in there. Chapman as well, toward Dodson, and way out toward Timpson. You guys are all under that flash flood warning. So watch out for flooding. Today is not a good day to be traveling. Avoid the roadways. Tornado warnings are still in effect out to our east. We haven't seen any big changes in these, but we're just going to continue to wait until the National Weather Service decides to extend these or to let them expire. So out toward Carthage, we have a tornado warning once again. Oh, it just got changed. So areas out to the south just got dropped. So Gary City, you're no longer in a tornado warning, as well as toward Logan and out toward Logan Sport. That's as Paxton, you are out of a tornado warning as well. Carthage, you're still right on the end of this, so make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Grand Bluff, you are still in the tornado warning. Tatum, you're right on the edge, so I would say stay in your safe place until this tornado warning expires to be on the safe side. Beckville, you're right on the edge of that. And for areas up to the northeast toward Gill, you're still in that tornado warning. Some lightning out there as well. It doesn't appear that we're seeing any debris getting picked up, at least on areas toward Carthage. Potentially some debris for areas out along the Louisiana border, but we will, of course, continue to keep you updated on that. I'm going to send things back over to Chief Meteorologist Brett Anthony.
All right, we're going to get out to Dan Millay in just a second, who is out in the Appleby area. I want to bring you up to date quick on a couple of new developments here. We now have flash flood warnings that have been issued on top of all of the tornado warnings that we've seen. Now we're talking about some dangerous, life-threatening heavy rainfall that's creating flash flooding. That's going to be in a portion of most of Cherokee County, a large portion of Rusk County. Also, it looks like Panola, Shelby, and Nacogdoches County are all in the flash flood warning. And now a new tornado warning just issued. This includes the city of Longview. All right, so the city of Longview is now in this tornado warning, and that is going to go until 2:45. So another cell spinning up into parts of Gregg County. That was likely the one that we saw here that came out of Tatum that had a little debris signature. That was forecast to move to the northeast, and so it looks like now you've got Gregg County. You also have a portion of northern Rusk County. So Rusk County here, there's the rotation. Kilgore would be inside that. So Longview, Kilgore, White Oak, I think Gladewater, up to the north, here's Big Sandy would also be in that, and Gilmer is right on the edge of it. So all of these cities are in this tornado warning. There's Gladewater until 2:45. So it's 2 o'clock now. We got 45 minutes to track these cells. All right, so we just want to break away briefly. We're going to set up the radar here, but I want to go out to Dan Millay because the type of damage that we can see off these tornadoes will be very evident where he is in northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County. Dan Millay is out in the Appleby area. Let's go out to Dan and find out what Dan is seeing and what he's found so far. Dan, it looks like we have some tornado damage behind you.
Yeah, Brett, you're absolutely right. Point A, point B, and point C, tornado damage right behind me. We're in Appleby, like you mentioned. We were SFA. It took us about 10-15 minutes to get here. We're at a Tractor Supply company right now. The shopping, the store area, maybe the clerk's office, completely destroyed. Kind of just keep it moving here. We spoke to the owners of this store. They said that they've had this business for about 45 years. Obviously severe weather in East Texas is not new, but they've never dealt with anything like this, any sort of damage like this before. So we keep it moving here. And this is the garage area where, the tractors are. There were some cars parked. And again, same story. I mean, it's destroyed. There's not much to tell. Again, we did speak with the owners of the store, and they said that everybody is fine. Nobody got hurt. Nobody was even inside of the parts that were damaged. They were nearby and they heard it happen and, kind of ran over and said, oh my goodness, what happened to our store? Yeah, but this is in Appleby, like you mentioned, Brett. And we've seen some Encore trucks. We've seen some local police. We just saw a state trooper go by. Everybody's kind of out and about getting ready for it. We're right across from a Valero gas station. So again, if you're wanting to head towards US 59 north, just keep in mind that you've got this going on. You've got Valero across the street, and traffic is kind of slowing down. You know, people slowing down to see what happened. But the damage has been done, and obviously it's not going to stop here, Brett. I know that we're going to continue to kind of deal with this throughout the rest of the day. So I'll toss it back to you for now, and let us know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan, thank you very much, and be safe out there, of course, out in Appleby County and out in the elements, and there's still more to come as we head through the afternoon. So we just had that tornado warning issued for parts of Gregg County and northern Rusk County, and so Savannah Hale has looked inside this storm, and we've sampled some of the wind speeds here. Now, granted, it could be a few thousand feet off the surface, but it gives us an indication of the possibility of the type of strength of winds that we could be seeing at the surface. And yes, this one, correlating with this area here just south of Interstate 20, south of Longview, west of Kilgore, could be close to 70 miles an hour. Now, we saw a lot of data that suggested that there would be gusts that could reach 70 miles an hour or in that 60 to 70 mile an hour range. And so it looks like this is becoming true and being realized as we head into the afternoon. So again, this is going to be potentially a 70 mile an hour wind gust between Kilgore and Longview. And if we take that off and zoom in just a little bit, we might be able to give you a little more pinpointed area. So Tatum is just going to be the northeast of this. So this is going to be all in this area here. So Lakeport, if you live in Lakeport, you're feeling some of those very strong winds currently. If you're in Kilgore, you're likely just getting maybe buffeted by some of the outflow winds of that. But there are some very strong winds here in the Tatum area. And again, if they're aloft, they can be pushed down to the surface just by the amount of energy aloft and, of course, by gravity. And gravitational forces can take some of these winds to the surface. So the wind impact on here is just about 6, with the velocity showing up at about 58 miles an hour. And I'm assuming that that was probably somewhere in that Tatum area. I'm not 100% sure where we sampled on that. That was the Titan indicator. So the Titan indicator said that there were 58 mile an hour winds in that. So let's sample this brighter orange area here west of Tatum and see what shows up in that area in terms of wind speed. And hopefully, so 78. So yeah, 78 mile an hour velocity, straight wind. We're not even talking about the shear between the two. That's a straight wind gust. So we may have some wind damage in that area. Now that just moved up toward Lakeport, okay? And the velocity dropped in that area down to 48. So you're still getting some gusty winds, but Lakeport right now, if you live in Lakeport, in fact, let's track that area, Savannah, from Lakeport to the north. And if we have to widen out, that's fine. But you can see our Titan indicator now following that area of rotation toward Lakeport. That's headed toward Longview. So if you live in Longview, I want to give you a heads up. You got some very serious winds coming into the Longview area within about 10 minutes. We can put a track on it to be sure, but just the way that whole thing jumped, those strong winds will be moving across Longview, across Gregg County, and into Upshur County. And here's Gilmer. So Gilmer would be in the path of that at about 3 o'clock, but you also got Greggton, 225. You've got White Oak also at about 2:30, East Mountain 2:36, and then Gilmer, Betty, and then you've got Grice. So all the way up to the north, that's going to go through Gregg County into Upshur. It looks like it's going to also include a portion of Wood County on the very farther tip of that. So this is Gregg County. Here's Upshur County. And so it moves on up into Upshur County, crosses over Interstate 20, crosses over Highway 80 through White Oak. And right now it is in Lakeport. So we might be hearing about some damage in that area. If we want to clear that out and perhaps maybe check our debris on that real fast and see if we're seeing anything in terms of debris in the Longview area. Hopefully not. Hopefully these winds are just elevated and as they're being downward transferred. Now we're not seeing anything. That's good. All right, so we're sampling again because here's the radar out at Shreveport, right? And so we come out to Longview, we're getting a couple thousand feet off the surface of the earth, so there's no guarantee that you're getting winds recorded at the surface. So that's certainly good news. All right, back to velocity. And again, we do have that tornado warning, and this is the area that is rotating the most, and that does now include Gregg, Rusk, Smith County. That's the northeastern corner of Smith County, and Upshur County till 2:45. So this gives us a pretty good indication. So this part of, it looks like there is just a little bit of Harrison County included in that, but it's just the smallest little corner. It's more Gregg County and the northern part of Rusk County. So Henderson, you are not in a tornado warning. However, you are in a flash flood warning. So that part of that storm moving north out of Rusk County will move into Gregg County. And that area of the strongest winds is now crossing Interstate 20 and will continue lifting northward across Interstate 80. This tornado warning goes until 2:45. Tornado warning back here that we've watched move into Panola County, and that Sarah talked about a little bit earlier with a very strong rotation. The Weather Service is very concerned about I think they had a considerable on that at one point. That, if you look at this orange area here, this would tell us that this is a strong tornado vortex signature on that cell, and that is going to be moving into southeastern parts of, or northeastern parts of Panola County, and that goes until 2:30. So that warning goes for about the next 17 minutes, and then you've got the tornado warning that just got issued until 2:30 for, so 2:30 till Harrison and Panola, and then you've got this tornado warning here west of Tatum toward Kilgore, and that's going to go on, I believe, until now 3 o'clock. So we'll switch to that one and get you an idea of where that one's going. So that's till 2:45. So till 2:45, that includes Longview, it includes Kilgore. I showed you Big Sandy, I showed you Gladewater in that cell. So all of this, and there's the circulation showing up with that storm. Now we'll widen out just a bit so we can still see the tornado warning and bring you up to date on the flash flood warnings, because the flash flooding is another threat that we'll face. It was the heavy rain threat, it was the wind threat, and the heavy rain threat is also becoming a concern here this afternoon. And we always tell folks, do not turn around, do not drown. We saw some video out of Houston where a motorist tried to drive through some very deep water and didn't make it very far, had to be rescued. So you do not want to be in that situation where you or endanger your life for sure. So what you want to do is when you come upon that water, and if you have some fast flowing water, say it's a foot of water, it can take your tires of your car and get it moving. Once it's moving and you become at the beck and call of the creek or the stream or whatever the flowing water is, you've lost control. You're just going to have to go where the current takes you, and hopefully you can get out of it. So best thing to do is avoid driving into deep water. Just avoid it best you can. All right, so this Kiachi storm moves over into parts of Panola County, and also we've got this other little cell here that's showing a rotation into Harrison County. It looks like, Savannah, we're getting some just a lot of little cells now in these spin-ups here. So this is this is one north of Carthage. That's Highway 59. So let's track that cell coming out of Carthage to the north and see where that one's headed. And they're really moving fast. They're moving at about 50 miles an hour right now, just because the forward motion of Beryl is really beginning to move quite a bit. So with the forward motion of Beryl, we're starting to see these storms starting to pick up. So Darko, 227, Hallsville, 238. You've got Harleton, you've got Ashland, Ore City, Gilmer, and Betty, all within the line. That's part of this, all right? So I know we have this on top of that. I don't know if we can pan down or widen out so we can see some of those other cities in that polygoned area. If we have to redraw that again, that's fine. So I would, let's widen back out a little bit, give a wider view on some of those cells. So this really goes, it just goes to the end. It just goes into Harrison County. But the cell itself is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So that's where you get Hallsville, then on up into Harleton. And then if it held together, we go all the way up to Ore City and Cedar Springs. All right, now we're going to track this other cell here that moves into northeastern Smith County and into Upshur County. So that tornado warning, it includes the city of Longview, and those stronger winds, at least aloft, we're moving into Longview, making it capable of producing a tornado. There's a pretty good rotation right there, just on the north, right on the Gregg and Rusk County line. If you can see it right here. So we can zoom in on that area, and we can also track that. So we'll probably go 2 different ways here, Savannah. Let's zoom in first and give everybody a look at that rotation. South of Interstate 20, west of Tatum, right on the county line, south and east of Kilgore. So that is going to be moving right up into Gregg County very soon. All right, so we'll widen that out, track that. That rotation's probably moving, the rest of the storms are moving about 50 miles an hour. So that puts Gilmer in the path, somewhere in the path. Doesn't mean it's heading right for Gilmer, but if you live in Gilmer, please go to your safe place. White Oak, safe place. Gladewater, Gilmer, Betty, Brumley, and Newsom. If you can all head to your safe place, that would be best right now. So that's where we stand. We've got the tornado warning till 2:30. Panola County is in that one part of the cell that is crossing. Right now it's by itself. It's just Panola County right here. So this is really strengthened now on the, excuse me, on the, let's see, that is going to be on the Shelby County line, and that is moving over into Panola. And then we've got this other part of the Rusk County. This is Gregg, Rusk, Smith County till 2:45. And then this little cell here that's going to jump over into Panola County. And that, right now, I'm not sure on the timing of that. The other one back here that was going into parts of Panola County was till 2:30. So that's a new, did we just get another tornado warning on that? Yes. I think we just got a new tornado warning for that cell, and that is going to be Harrison and Panola County, and that is going to go till 3 p.m. And that also includes a portion of Rusk County. So a stronger rotation has shown up here. Let's zoom in on that. That's going to be north of Carthage. That's going to be right on the Gregg and Rusk County line, but at this time it's northeastern Rusk County. This is the northeastern part of Rusk County. This is going to be the southeastern corner of Gregg County. And so that tornado warning goes until 3 p.m. for this cell as it moves northeastward. So let's track that cell, where that spin up is, and see where that is going. And hopefully you've been able to keep, I mean, this has just been crazy, the amount of spin-ups that we've seen. We may end up with more than a dozen and possibly some varying reports of small tornadoes throughout the afternoon before this is all said and done. That's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Now, there might be some repetition in the cities that we read simply because these little spin-ups or these cells are essentially moving over the same county, and the way they're moving, they're going counterclockwise, so they're moving from the southeast back to the northwest. And so as the whole line of showers spins, each one of these individual cells can spin. Kind of different in that sometimes we have a line of thunderstorms and we'll see spin-ups along the line and they'll spin from south to north. And in this instance, it's different in that these cells are now spinning from southeast back to the northwest, almost spinning in the opposite direction sometimes that we see some of these other cells spin. So that's when this is the case. So if you see some repetition in cities, it makes us make sure that you should be in your safe place and that you are really taking your tornado precautions seriously. So Hallsville again, 235, but this is a different cell. Harleton, 247. I think we've read Harleton a couple times this afternoon. Ashland, Ore City, Gilmer, 305, but we also had Gilmer in that other part of the cell. So Gilmer's actually outside of the area that's warned currently on this storm, but if that was to be extended, it would be extended up into Gilmer. And then Dangerfield at 317. So again, that's going to be farther to the northwest. So one cell here, that's crossing Interstate 20. There's still a pretty good sign of rotation here. Let's click on the Titan indicator there, just at the bottom of that box. So it's going to be this turn here. We'll see what we're looking out inside the storm. So what we're doing is we're using algorithms to figure out what the impact on the storm is. So the tornado impact right now, according to our Titan indicator, is roughly a 2, but the straight line or strong wind indicator is a 7. So there could be some very strong winds being pushed down to the surface, and as they are, we can get some damage out of that. The flood impact's up to a 4, so that's been rising also. And again, we've got heavy rain, we've got wind, we've got a bunch of flash flood warnings going on right now. All right, I'm going to toss it back over to Sarah and Savannah and see if there's anything new from the Weather Service, and I'll try to work my way back over to the wall or we can swap out positions.
Yeah, I'll go ahead, and we've got lots of tornado warnings once again ongoing right now, but I did want to show this specific one right now just on the border of Louisiana near Stonewall, just really strong, and the National Weather Service has been talking about the correlation coefficient or the debris. So I'm going to flip over to the debris and see if we can see really anything. You can see that there's a little bit scattered in there, but we're close to the radar site, so it's hard to tell, although that is what they're saying. They're saying it's very visible on the circulation west of Stonewall. So yes, that is that specific storm. I'll switch back to velocity so we can see it again, just how bright it is, those greens and reds together, the little bit of yellow in there. That's what Brett's been talking about all this time, is those tight colors together means a stronger rotation, and you can see our Titan indicator, one of our stronger indicators showing that we could have some pretty tight rotation there. And this would cross right over the border into, I think that's Shelby County as well, Shelby County or Sabine County, Shelby County, yes. Right over into Shelby County. So that would go over the next couple of minutes, most likely. You can see that's tornado warned, and that is that storm that moves into Harrison, Panola, and Shelby County. So that will continue to move that direction. Very bright greens and reds there, but once again, just lots of ongoing warnings in the area, flood warnings. I'll flip back over to reflectivity here so we can see, and I'll turn off this warning so we can, or this watch so we can see better. But all those colors there and all those warnings, we've got multiple tornado warnings now, some going until 3 p.m. is our longest, so we've got at least another 45 minutes to a half hour for some of those. You can see we've got some that clip Smith County, Upshur County, Gregg County. We've got some that are moving through close to the Marshall area like Brett mentioned earlier. Many of these ongoing for the next couple minutes now. And then as we look further down to the south, we have another one we've had this one in Jasper County throughout the day, multiple in Jasper County, and now is bumping right back up to San Augustine and Sabine County. So this is one that we'll have to continue watching as well if it continues to move north, and we could have some more extended for that, but that one going for the next 6 or so minutes, and we'll see if that gets extended once again up north into, that would be Sabine and San Augustine County as well. So on the west side, we've had some people asking about the west side of this storm. Athens, Henderson, you're not under any tornado watches at this time because that's the wetter side of the storm. I know Sarah was saying this earlier and Brett was saying this earlier. Lots of rainfall on that side, but not nearly as many, if any, tornado warnings at this time. We're really watching this east side where we've got the enhanced risk today, with all these tornado warnings that have been in place. We've been tracking these up to the north and still just watching more areas where we could see some of these spin up tornadoes like Brett mentioned earlier. I know we could see, we've already had a few reported, a few that have been spotted, and it's very possible that we could continue to see a few more of these. So Sarah, do you have anything that you'd like to add, or Brett, I know?
Well, I was going to go back to that, the storm southwest of Shreveport that you showed. You go back to the velocity signature on that.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I don't know if we can pop that up here on the wall. It was interesting to note the National Weather Service said that there was a confirmed large and dangerous tornado near Stonewall, southwest of Shreveport. And so that concern would be that, yeah, it moves into Panola County and maybe Harrison County within the next, say, half hour or so. So that's a real concern. That is a very strong signature right there. And so they have a confirmed large and dangerous tornado that they're saying that the National Weather Service in Shreveport is indicating right here. Even though we're showing medium strength rotation, there's a tornado right there southwest of Shreveport, south of Wascom, and it is essentially moving back into northeastern Panola County and southeastern Harrison County. And then you have another spin up there that is close to Tatum. I just wanted to go over that because I just read that the Weather Service had confirmed that there was a large and dangerous tornado, Sarah.
Certainly, Brett. And something I wanted to point out, you mentioned this as well. This is being tagged as a particularly dangerous situation, which is one of the most life-threatening types of tornadoes that we can find. I'm going to go back up and I'm going to read directly from the warning that the National Weather Service issued. So this is for Gregg, Texas, Harrison County, or I should say Gregg County, Harrison County, Panola County, and Rusk County. This is the one that goes until 3 p.m. So a damaging tornado. This is the National Weather Service, what they're saying. They're saying it is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may become deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Again, that is what the National Weather Service is saying for this tornado warning that is out toward Panola and Rusk County, as well as toward Gregg County. So make sure that you are in your safe place if you're there. That includes parts of Longview, out toward Harlesville. Easton, you guys are in that extremely dangerous situation, tornado warning. Gum Springs, you guys are there as well as out toward Darko. Make sure that you are in your safe place. That means the lowest level of the building that there is. You want to make sure that you are staying as far on the inside as you can. You want to put as many walls between you as the outside as possible. Also, if you're worried and you can't get to an interior room, if you have a mattress or a blanket, you can put that up against a window. That'll help to give you just an extra layer of protection. Also, if you're in a mobile home and you can safely get to a sturdy shelter, that is going to keep you much safer than a mobile home will. Now, we do have those tornado warnings in effect all across. Not all of them are tagged as that particularly dangerous situation, but a few of them are, so make sure that you're staying weather aware. Brett?
All right, so let's take a look outside here because I can hear the rain, and I think Sarah had mentioned it. It was raining sideways. We've got the horizontal rain here with some of these very strong wind bands that are coming through, and you can see the way the rain is. It is indeed almost falling horizontally across. This is going to be Broadway looking off to the south. We have it pointed in this direction just because this is the direction that the heavy rain is coming from. We want to see those sort of waves of heavy rain come over the city of Tyler. If you can see the wind starting now to rattle the camera around a little bit. Another good view might be Kilgore. We had a storm that moved through parts of Gregg County. Kilgore camera looks kind of to the east, and so if we have that camera up eventually, we'll be able to give you a look at the storm as that storm is continuing to move north and eastward. But heavy rain right here in parts of Smith County right now, but no tornado warning in Smith County. Let's go back to the radar, and we'll show you the current tornado warnings that are ongoing. And before I get there, we also have these flash flood warnings in purple. That's Cherokee County, southern Smith County, Rusk County, right here, Laneville, Nacogdoches County, and then you come over, this is going to be Shelby County, Panola County, and northeastern Rusk County. All right, so that's the flash flood warnings, and a new one just added for southwestern parts of Shelby County, most of San Augustine County, and the southern half of Nacogdoches County. So 3 flash flood warnings. Now let's go talk about the flood or the tornado warnings that we have. Of course, we have this very dangerous one that is headed back over into parts of northeastern Panola and southeastern Harrison County toward the city of Marshall. That's the one that had the large and destructive tornado tag on it. Then you have this one here that's moving out of Panola County, swiping across the western half of Harrison County, moving up into northeastern Gregg County. That one goes until 3 p.m. And then you have another tornado warning adjacent to that from north central Rusk County through central Gregg County back in to parts of Upshur County. That does not include, it does have Smith County in it, but it's the very northeastern corner. Does not include Wood County at this time. So that one also, I believe, goes until 3 o'clock. So we've got about a half hour of these tornadoes to track, or tornado warned storms to track. We have had reports of some confirmed tornadoes from time to time, one in the Appleby area if you're just joining us. That's in western or northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County. From time to time, we've seen and spotted a couple of different things. One, some debris that appeared to be in the Carthage area near Beckville, some in the Cushing area that we think was the one that caused some of the damage in parts of Nacogdoches County. And we've had a couple of little spin-ups that have shown up on some of these images here in Gregg County and also parts of Rusk County. Nothing back here into Smith County. Right now, this is a solid area of heavy rain, though if we take a look at our velocity, we may see a couple of little, perhaps couplets trying to spin up quickly, as we have seen. If not, just a lot of wind being produced as this portion of the storm lifts to the north, also being just energized by this very powerful, what was Hurricane Beryl, now a tropical storm. And I have not looked lately to see if we are still at tropical storm status or if we've weakened back down to tropical depression status. But the last time we looked, we were still a tropical storm, and we'd have to drop all the way down to less than 39 miles an hour, down to about 38. And it looked like the storm itself had a well intact eye wall as it was lifting northward. And so there's a very good possibility. When we sampled some of the winds earlier, if you were with us, we showed you and sampled some 70 or 78 mile an hour winds that were moving in to parts of Gregg County. Now the wind field itself looks like it's shrinking just a little bit, but it may be a little instance here where smaller might be mightier. And that certainly looks like a fairly good, at least wind, maybe circulation, though we can't see a lot in terms of the inbound wind. That looks like more of an outbound wind that we're seeing within that whole. So there could be a bunch of wind flowing out away from the radar. And then within that, maybe a faster piece of wind right in here. So maybe we could look at that in terms of sampling that and seeing how strong that wind is right on that part of the tornado warned storm. But that looks like there's just a little bit of rotation, or some rotation, I shouldn't say a little bit. That, again, near Wascom, that's a tornado. That's going to be crossing into southeastern parts of Harrison County. So 76 mile an hour, I think this is a real possibility that we could be seeing 50 to 70 mile an hour, maybe not sustained winds, but gusts that could get pushed down to the surface as this whole cell and all of these winds lift northward. Sarah's just pinging on another area where it's showing 56. So you're seeing 50, 55 mile an hour winds. That'll knock down some weakened trees for sure. Could tear a tin roof off of a building. Could certainly scatter lawn furniture, knock over some trash cans and things of that nature in a neighborhood. Anything that's not secured. These stronger winds could knock down weakened trees, branches on the homes, and things of that nature. So we are really feeling the brunt of what was left of Hurricane Beryl as it went through, made landfall this morning at Matagorda. Then it had really the right side of the storm went right over the city of Houston. They had a tough time with strong winds and heavy rainfall. And now as it has been moving northward, it continues to produce either tornadoes, quick spin up tornadoes, 2, straight line wind damage, and 3, we've got flash flooding going on. So really about everything that we expected and predicted when we started talking about Beryl making it into East Texas. And we first brought this up on Friday when the data and the track of the storm kind of shifted a bit. And as it shifted, it looked like it was making a beeline for East Texas. And so that is the way things have played out. So hopefully we gave you 3 days advance notice and you were able to sort of get ready for the storm, and now you're just kind of riding it out with us. All right, we're going back over here to Wascom. So there it is. Wascom, that storm is trying to move back toward the Wascom area. Last June, we had a tornado in Wascom. I think we had another little spin up earlier this year in the Wascom area, so we'll go back to velocity on that. These Titan indicators here are moderate range tornado or tornadic vortex signatures, and there has been in this area right there, that red and that green, it could be a very tight rotation that could be producing a tornado east of Crossroads in the Wascom area, right in there. In fact, if we can maybe turn off those Titan indicators and sort of drill down on that area south of Wascom, right in there. So there may be a tornado, and that's going to be in parts, that's going to be near Elysian Fields, southeast of Crossroads, northwest of Bethany. And in there itself, anybody that lives out in that area, south of Interstate 20, so there's Wascom, that's going to be south of 20, near Elysian Fields, and you may be getting hit with a small spin-up tornado, and that could be doing some damage in that area. I did see another area of rotation just out here to the left side of the screen. Looked like there was another one that was popping up and trying to fire. It was also in a tornado-warned area. There's Gill. Not right now. It looks like Gill is outside of everything that we're seeing. Crossroads, I would be in my safe place right now as this cell moves to the northwest. This is a tornado warning until 3 p.m. Harrison, Panola County. That's the portion of Panola. That's the portion of Harrison. It might go up here, so Crossroads might be outside of that. Was there another cell back here to the, oh, that's what I was looking at, back toward Walker's Mill. So that's the cell that may be producing 70-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, and there might be perhaps a tornado trying to spin up there south of Interstate 20 to the east of Longview. Just a small little spin up, but yeah, there's a little tight couplet, green and red, right next to each other. So Sarah, let's zoom in on that and see what we're getting right in there toward Hallsville. So we could be getting something north of Easton and Gum Springs. So in that area south of Interstate 20. So if you live in any of these areas, Easton, Gum Springs, Darko, please go to your safe place right now. Hallsville being your safe place. And Longview, just continue to stay in your safe place. Continue to watch our coverage either on the TV, maybe you've taken it into the closet, into the bathroom somewhere that doesn't have any windows, and you've been staying there. In fact, there's another area where we could be seeing some debris that is popping up. So that's just south of Interstate 20. That green area is not hail, and that is not rain. So it could be tree limbs, branches, maybe some small building materials being lofted into the air by that storm. So that's going to be north of Easton, just east of Gum Springs, south of Hallsville. So if you live in Hallsville, please head to your safe place. Let's track this area right here as it moves to the northeast and heads somewhere close to Longview. So hopefully we can get everybody in Longview out ahead of the storm. If you are watching us or listening to us from Longview, if you're watching us on your app and you have your radio with you, or if your phone's about to die and you can switch over or plug in a radio, if you still have your power, you can listen to us at Jack FM 106.5 Jack FM, Kicks 105.7, and then The Ranch 104.1 and 103.7, and then of course La Invasora 96.7. So we're going to go back to the regular programming when the threat is passed, but for now we're going to continue to stay with these storms, and these tornado warnings continue for the next 20 minutes or so, and may be extended. We may be on for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. So there you go. Longview is in the path of that little signature there of debris flying, and that would be at 2:52. So you've got about 13 minutes in Longview area, Judson at about 3 o'clock, and then East Mountain at about 3:09. So we're giving you a good 20 minutes to half hour advance notice on that cell, and that cell could be producing a tornado. We showed you that little bit of rotation that was within that cell, and so it looks like it is producing some kind of damage. Of course, we'll try to get crews out there when we safely can do that. If you safely can share any pictures with us, we certainly would appreciate that, but the important thing is safety. We don't want you taking any chances. We want you in your shelter if we say something is heading toward Longview or Judson or East Mountain. But I say that, and we have a lot of tornado warnings going on, but I think we're all going to get through this okay, and we're going to come out on the other side. We're going to be fine. Just a lot of rain. Of course, we might have to do some cleanup of some storm damage, but the important thing is that you're safe, that your family's healthy, they're safe, and that we keep everybody out ahead of the storm. We keep everybody safe. So that's what's most important to me. That's what's important to Sarah and Savannah this afternoon. So just stick with us. So we're going to ride you out. We're just going to continue to ride the storm out here as it moves northward. We know that the center of the storm itself is likely not going to get north and east of Tyler until maybe 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. But the worst of the storm should pass by about 6 or 7. So it's about 2:45 now. We got about 4 hours to go where the storm could still produce some spin-ups and wind and, of course, flash flooding and rain. Again, it's a tropical system. It's not a system that we typically think of here. In East Texas, we get lines of thunderstorms, 45 minutes, it's over. Maybe you have another one that comes through and you got another 45 minutes. Maybe the storms last a couple hours, but we're talking here a situation where we've got ongoing warnings that could stretch 6, 7, 8 hours. That's just the kind of system this is. So, but we got to stay with it for the duration. So we'll keep an eye on those cells as they lift north. Waiting for a new scan to come in. When that new scan comes in, it'll give us a better idea of where everything is headed. But again, if you live in Longview, please be in your safe place. Judson, East Mountain, Grayston, Gilmer, and Betty at this time. So looks like down toward Panola and Bethany. I'll pass it over to you guys. Looks like there's that little cell that we were looking at earlier. Looks like it's strengthened a little bit again.
Yeah, it does, Brett. We're looking at that cell out there toward Panola at the moment. We're continuing out to watch it because it does look like it's kind of starting to suck in a couple of, we're seeing that in-draft in there, which can be a sign that it is strengthening. So just to the southeast of Crossroads, out toward Bethany, we are tracking that. I'm going to go ahead and put this in our reflectivity so you can see if there's any rotation going on there. Now it does look like we aren't seeing organized rotation on our radar, but our Titan indicators are popping, so definitely some gusty winds out there. You are still in a tornado warning if you're in that area, out to the east, out toward Wascom, toward Jonesville, out toward Panola, Bethany. You are all still under that tornado warning. Remember, this is going to continue with you all the way until 3 o'clock. And of course, as long as there is a tornado warning in place, we'll continue to be on air with you. Otherwise, a couple of tornado warnings continuing all across the area today. A couple of flash flood warnings as well out to the west or to the south, and a flood or a tornado watch in place as well. Brett?
Hey, let's go back to that Longview one. The National Weather Service is saying that they are. This is a considerable. We were showing you the near Hallsville. We were showing you the debris on that, and they're saying that there is a tornado involved in this cell right there. So that's a tornado, and they're saying that it's considerable and it's damaging and it is very concerning. So we need to stay with this. In fact, if we can zip down on this just a little bit. In fact, sometimes we need their gum springs. So there's Equipment Park Longview. So I really need everybody to be into the Longview area. So this could be throwing some of that debris all the way up to 281 around the east side of Longview currently. So here's downtown, there's Moberly. So this is all headed toward Longview right now. There's Highway 80 coming out of Longview going to the east. Let's look at that cell again, get that back into view there. So that's the cell that the Weather Service is saying it's a considerable tornado. They're calling it a considerable tornado in the chat room. So obviously, but they have not put like any kind of hashtag on it or hatch marks on it to say that there is something that has been confirmed. But it certainly looks like it by looking at the debris signature here. So if we go back to velocity, and again, that looks like it's headed right to the east side of town. Now, I don't see it. Now, we had sampled 78-mile-an-hour winds with that earlier, so now it's jumped up here toward Hallsville, so it's right in here toward Walker's Mill. So this is the tornado as it's crossed east, now west of Hallsville, still with 66-mile-an-hour winds. So it's likely right in here. In fact, if you look at it, it does look like there is just kind of a little spin with those velocity indicators up to about 66 miles an hour. I wonder if, Sarah, if you could take this off and just put this into motion maybe one time and see if we can see just the way yeah, look at it. Did you see that? What a spin. Watch this. This was really spinning when we were looking at it at Darko. It's just sometimes hard to see until you get it into motion a few times. You can really start to see that spinning. So let's make sure that we remember to, we're going to step your way through that. See it right there. So when we kicked on it, yeah, it was, when we saw that earlier and we pinged on it, hopefully we got everybody to a safe place. Now, we didn't know for sure. When you look at it, you get like one indication in a scan, and then you have to wait and see if there's any sort of confirmation from spotters sometimes. Because remember, we're sitting between two radar sites, one at Fort Worth and one at Shreveport. And Longview's a little closer to the Shreveport site, but just looking at that, the fact that you could see that rotation and it really showed up as it was spinning past Darko, past Hallsville, and now back to the west. So Longview, anybody out on this east side of town, hopefully you are in your safe place right now. But we were looking at those winds and they looked really strong, and it's just a matter of trying to confirm things, but keeping everybody in the safe place is the best thing to do. So let's zoom in on some of that area here. Again, there's Longview, there's Airline Road, and so all of this in here, and I have a feeling this looks like this is rotating back here to the northwest toward Wiley Page Road and back toward Judson. And then Teneryville might be on the edge of this if it were to lean and come back to the west. Remember, these storms are rotating counterclockwise within an entirely rotating or counterclockwise rotating storm. So Longview out to the east, Hallsville right in here. Let's see some of these streets down here. There's Eden Drive. Here's 259. So there's the loop. And this is going to go right up toward Maxey Road. So if you live near Maxey Road, Lobo Stadium would be perhaps watching this very carefully. If you're in Lobo Stadium or live near the high school, I would head to my safe place. Tryon Road, I'd head to my safe place as this storm heads back. This goes till 3 o'clock, so 14 more minutes on that storm system. There's Tryon, there's 259 heading north out of town toward McCann and Airline Road. And if we widen it out a little bit, we might be able to see, this whole area, I think right in here. Can we play that again or step us through just to give us an idea of where this is? It looked like it was coming across from Gum Springs, and then you'll see right there, and then a tornado, TVS popped up, and then now, so it's headed back more toward Judson. So maybe let's track this back toward Judson, Glenwood area, and see if we can keep everybody out ahead, give you an idea. So that's Diana, that's up toward Gilmer. Granted, we've issued several different tracks on this, but now that we have a better idea of perhaps a confirmed spin up. So Judson 254, Glenwood 302, Gilmer 313. Again, that's outside of the tornado warned area. It doesn't mean it's not going to continue to move in that path into Upshur County. Brumley and then Winnsboro at 345, but that's still an hour away. The most concerning times would be Glenwood or Judson, and anywhere else we can zoom in on this. Harleton, you're just outside of the cell itself or outside of the warned box. So you're watching that storm very carefully. Gladewater, you're also just outside of that. But let's zoom in. Let's zoom down just a little bit. We know that that is northeast Longview currently, and on the northeast side of Longview, but it's headed back toward Judson. This is the area that Weather Service is saying is a considerable tornado. So we had looked at debris inside that cell before. We can check that again here in just a second and see if there's any more. Within that, it did look like there was some debris that was being lofted. And now that debris has been lofted into Longview and back toward Judson. So there is a chance that that cell actually kind of turned and rotated back to the west a little bit. Or it's I think it's in here throwing that, lofting that debris up into the sky, of course, because of the spin of the storm itself. But hopefully if you're in Longview and you're in your safe place, that warning does go throughout toward Judson. Does not include East Mountain, but it does include this whole area here. So we have debris in the air, maybe some damage on the east side of Longview, damage on the south side of Judson or in Judson itself. And if not, hopefully you are in your safe place, have stayed in your safe place. Want everybody to be safe, praying for the folks out there that everybody made it through that spin up as best they can with that cell. These things are spinning up pretty quickly, but that is a real signature of damage in the Longview area, north of Longview. In fact, if we can zoom in just a little bit, so there's going to be Teneryville and Spring Hill, that's what I was looking for, and Lobo Stadium and Bill Owens Parkway. So that went up Montclair Street. So if you're anywhere in there, there may be the damage heading in your direction. Please be in your safe place right now if you're in Spring Hill, Teneryville, Pine Tree Road, Eden Drive, Lobo Stadium, live near the high school or near the stadium. Please be in your safe place. Longview, anywhere north of Interstate 80, head there. And if you're not there already, just make sure that you weren't by any kind of windows. Try to stay away from windows. If the windows can get broken by tornadoes, and then that flying glass can break and cause some injuries. So that is a serious situation that we have right now. And I'm sure we have some other tornado warnings, but to me, that was the one that the Weather Service really jumped on. So have you guys seen anything else from Weather Service? I mean, that to me is our most concerning storm right now, at least within as close a proximity to a larger town like Longview. I know we had the other one over toward Wascom, and that one right there toward Crossroads, but that is outside now of the warned area. So we'll see. I mean, we can go back to velocity and see if what happened there is that that debris just got lofted outside of it. There's a chance with all that rotation, it lofts the debris outside of the warning area, believe it or not. So, and the warning of the circulation itself continues in one path. But there it is. So now we're showing up another TVS. Let's go back in here again. North side of Longview up toward Teneryville. So we're getting another TVS showing up toward Judson. And again, this might be a little bit behind. We'll go back over to Velocity. West, it's going to be east of 259. Well, there it is. Okay, so we got another that is starting to spin back up again. East side of Longview. There's George Ritchie Road. Please, if you live anywhere close to that, please be in your safe place. That's a serious storm. It's tightening back up as it heads through the north side of Longview and up toward Judson. So, and north of also Interstate 80. If we drill down there just a little bit farther on, maybe get a couple more city streets. Okay, so we've got Airline Road, we've got Creekmont Lane, we've got McCann Road. Anywhere, and if I'm saying these streets, please head to your safe place. Tryon, Maxey. This is what we call our Titan indicator. So we're using some mathematical equations to figure out what's going on inside that storm. We can click on that or turn it off, but let's click on it and see what it says. This is going to give us some probabilities of perhaps a tornado. It's going to give us, so the tornado impact here is almost up to a 5. So that's a medium range with wind. So there is wind and possibly a tornado. There's probably a tornado. I mean, the National Weather Service is saying that there is a dangerous tornado, considerable damage being lofted into the air from that storm. That's moving northwest at 32 miles an hour, at least according to our computer system. So let's turn that off and just give a look at what we're seeing here. So that's going to be this whole area of circulation. And when we look at it this closely, I mean, it looks like it's pretty wide, but remember, we've drilled down pretty close here to the east side of Longview, and this is likely sort of shifted back to the west just a little bit. So tornado warning now is Camp, Gregg, Harrison, Upshur County. So this is now prompted a new tornado warning that does go into Upshur County. It does include Gilmer and Betty and Ore City and Brumley, and this goes until 3:45. So you've got, that looks considerable, Sarah. That looks like we've got, and it looks like it just popped up another indicator, or that's on the other computer system there. So.
Certainly, Brett, I am concerned about this. And the National Weather Service, when they issued this original warning, they were tagging it as considerable damage. They are saying it is a particularly dangerous situation, which is a specific tag that they give it when it could be life-threatening. So Longview, make sure that you're staying in your safe place. And with this new tornado warning, it does not have that same tag on it. But looking at the very organized rotation of this storm, I would suspect that we're going to get some damage as this continues to move out to the northwest. So I'm going to zoom in and get a couple other cities. Ashland, go in your safe place right now. That tornado is going to be near you very quickly. Glenwood, make sure that you're doing that. If anyone is heading out on 154, that's not a good day to do that. Make sure that you are staying in a safe place. Gilmer, make sure you are in your safe place. Delrose, Betty, Stamps, you're in that tornado warning as well. Ore City, that cuts right through the center of downtown. If you're in the west, make sure that you're in your safe place. And in the east, it's not a bad idea to go to your safe place as well. New Mountain, you're also in that tornado warning. Out toward Ewell, toward Brumley, Lafayette, you're in that as well. Pine, it just stops short of your city, as well as out toward Ebenezer. Again, some counties included are Camp, Gregg, Harrison, and Upshur, and those are parts of those. So I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to correlation, see if we're seeing any more debris being lofted in the air. This is definitely showing something. I would not be surprised if we have some decent, potentially some tree branches, or maybe even some roof shingles being lifted for areas where you're seeing the yellows and the greens. That's what we're seeing. So non-meteorological things. This is going to continue that new tornado warning for areas up to the north. That's going through 3:45, so a little bit under an hour on that. Now, this is tightening up pretty quickly. I'm going to switch back over to velocity. That way we can just kind of watch it. We have a storm, or we have our Titan indicator. I'm going to turn that off. And I want you to just track. You're going to see it looks like almost a little divot, and I apologize for comparing it to this, but it kind of looks a little bit like a belly button. You're going to see it continue to tighten up, and essentially the tighter it is, the more intense that tornado most likely is. So watch it tighten up over Longview. That's where we start to really see it. And it's going to continue. It starts to shift a little bit out to the west, though. That was about 10 minutes ago. And then it's going to continue that westward track over the next, it appears, hour. That's according to what the National Weather Service thinks. So let me put a track on it so we can get a better timeline on when that is going to get to you. But again, if you are under that tornado warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. This looks like a very considerable tornado. So, oh, we just got a new tornado warning. I'll get to that in just a second, but if you're in Jefferson, make sure that you're in your safe place. Gilmer, this first tornado is going to get to you closer to 3:15. Betty, closer to 3:16. Pittsburgh, around 3:30. Newsom, closer to 3:34. Winsboro, closer to 3:40. Picton closer to 349, and Como closer to 355 if it does continue out that way. Now, we did get a new tornado warning in just out to the east. This one is tagged as it appears that it was a spotted tornado. That's what those hashed marks usually mean. So that includes Jefferson, Woodlawn, you need to be in your safe place, Prospect, make sure that you are going to the lowest level of the building. You probably heard us say it about 1 million times, but make sure you are respecting the polygon. If you were in that tornado warning, go to your safest place. Usually a closet or a bathroom is best. Towards Lancaster, you're in that tornado warning as well. This is going to go until, let me see, 3:45. And again, this was a spotted tornado. You can see it popping up on our radar over there. So let me throw another track on it as it continues up to the northwest. This will again give us a little bit of a better track. So if you hear your city, make sure that you are going to your safe place. Baldwin, that's going to get to you in the next 5 minutes or so. Jefferson, it's almost there, around 310. Linden closer to 330, as well as Tortue Springs. Dangerfield, if it continues to hold, you are outside of that warning box, but still make sure that you are staying weather aware. That's going to get closer to 345. Naples closer to 350, and Cookeville, if it continues at the same pace and going the same direction, closer to almost 4 o'clock. But this is starting to rotate because it is a tropical storm, so it could continue to kind of arc out to the west and impact areas that are not under that watch box, which are slightly out to the west. So make sure that you are staying weather aware over the next little bit. Brett?
Yeah, okay, so we're going to check out over here on the big monitor. We've got another radar product here. Savannah Hale's been watching this cell here, and she said it just tightened back up, and so it is a confirmed tornado spotted by trained weather spotters. That's what those black lines, that hatched mark means. There's the cell itself. There's Jefferson. So if you live in Jefferson, please head to your safe place right now. That's a serious storm, a serious tornado. It was stronger back towards Shreveport. This is the same cell that we tracked out of Shreveport. It weakened. They canceled the tornado warning, and then it re-strengthened. Now we got a new tornado warning. We have a bright red against that green, bright green, I should say, against that red, and a pretty good indication that we've got a good couplet going, and we've got a tornado also happening at this time. So that tornado warning for that portion of the cell goes until 3:45. So best thing to do now would be to track that, Savannah, and see where that is headed as it moves up to the northeast. Our Titan indicator at times has been popping on with these cells. I think they're moving, northeast roughly 50 miles an hour. So they're really racing. When they're moving from the southeast to the northwest, these storms are just booking it and headed back in that direction. So Jefferson, which we just talked about, 3:15. So you got 15 minutes to get to your safe place in Jefferson. Take your CBS 19 mobile app or your radio and follow along. You can watch us on the app. If you got your TV in there, all the better. Linden 3:35, and then up toward Bryan's Mill about 3:57. So just moving back into northeastern parts of Harrison County and then up into Marion County. So a good portion of Marion County is in that tornado warning right now, and just a sliver or a part of Harrison County northeast of Marshall. Marshall, you are not in the tornado warning at this time. The other cell that we've been watching is this Longview tornado, which again, radar confirmed tornado according to the National Weather Service. So we'll zoom in on this and bring this up center and make that center in your screen here. And this cell here with our Titan indicator also showing some moderate rotation within that cell. It's strong enough that the Weather Service does think that there is a tornado that is occurring. And when we look at the tornado impact, though, according to our Titan indicator, it has come down, but the wind impact is still there. That's a tornado warning that does, there's another one down to the south for Nacogdoches County that has just popped up. So let's go down and check that one out. That's Nacogdoches, Panola, and Rusk County, and that includes the city of Mount Enterprise. And so that also includes the city of Henderson. So we've got Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk County till 3:45. That is Dotson, Laneville. Biggest city inside this box right now is going to be Henderson. The cell itself, the rotation itself, again, very difficult to pick out right now, but as we've seen, a lot of these are being warned and then the spin-ups are occurring. So they're gaining momentum. They have enough wind inside that storm that all it does is takes a little extra oomph. They move into an area where we have a little more turning in the atmosphere that resides. They move into that area, and that little bit of extra energy that they get when they move into that area provides just that enough spin to create a quick spin up tornado. So a lot of these tornado warnings are coming in advance of that. So again, Henderson, back to your safe place. Laneville, Dotson, back to your safe place. Let's zoom in on that since we don't really have an area that we can pinpoint, but this looks like maybe east of Henderson or west of Henderson. There's a brighter return. We know Mount Enterprise is there, Pine Hill. I would head to my safe place in Pine Hill. Anywhere up along 259 from Henderson all the way down to Mount Enterprise, you are in that tornado warning right now. Coming out of Henderson, going to the north, let's track up there. And going north on 259, we're coming up. Overton is not. Kilgore is close, but now you're getting very close to the Gregg County line and the city of Kilgore and the city of Overton. So a lot of rural area out here. Doesn't mean that that's any less important. It just means that we really can't talk about a city, but we can talk about the county of Rusk County being involved in that tornado warning. All right, let's go back and look at which portions of Nacogdoches and Panola County are currently in that tornado warning. And it looks like it's going to be a very small portion of Nacogdoches County. That is just the northern end of the county, and then a very small portion of Panola County. So this is essentially a Rusk County tornado warned storm. Again, and that's radar indicated. So that just got dropped. So that goes until 3:45. All right, so we'll leave that storm for right now, and then we'll pan back up to the north where we've got these other, I'd say, more impressive looking returns where we know the Weather Service has been talking about a considerable radar confirmed tornado here. That was, remember, near Hallsville. So we've tracked this all the way up now north of Longview, headed toward Gilmer. So look at the direction of the movement it's gone. It's gone from the south back to the northwest. So rotating again around the larger area of low pressure associated with Beryl. And as those cells move northward, they're also turning counterclockwise. And so eventually they twist and turn enough that we've got another tornado warning ongoing. This cell here, interesting that our Titan indicator is showing just a green when you've got a bright red and bright green against that. Savannah, I wonder if we can zoom in, maybe turn off the Titan indicator and zoom in as close as we can on that cell. That is going to be Cass, Harrison, Marion County till 3:45. And again, it looks like it's out over some open country. Good news there for sure. There's uncertain. Caddo Lake is out in this area, so it's not headed there. The velocity on it, though, now just showing up 43 with gate-to-gate shear at about 26. So we'll maybe check out both of those areas on that shear and see if there's a stronger area. So about 56 miles an hour total going in and away from the radar. So yeah, so we might be getting maybe a week or it might be strongly rotating at this time. But it does look like there could be a tornado, well, and it is under a tornado warning right now. But again, that's going to be this portion of Harrison County heading up to Cass and Marion County. All right, so that's that cell. That's east of Highway 59. That's confirmed with the hash marks. My big concern is for the folks in Jefferson. Hopefully they are in their safe place. Let's go back in and investigate this one. This has been a really tough storm, and it continues to just last and continue to spin and continue to move back to the northwest. So here's Gilmer. If you're in Gilmer, please head to your safe place. You're under a tornado warning. East Mountain, I think you're okay. I think this cell's going to rotate and just rotate by you. Savannah, let's play this into motion or walk through it for us so we can kind of get a good, there it is. So it's really headed, so let's track this from here back toward Betty and Gilmer. That looks like that's probably the best track that we're going to get on that. And then you can see we get outside of the area that the radar can really see what's going on once we get into those purple areas. So, all right, so that's headed toward Diana, Betty, Brumley, Pittsburgh, Mount Pleasant, and Mount Vernon if it were to hold together this entire time. So that's going to be moving into Upshur. Gilmer's also included in this. We're not seeing Gilmer in here, but Diana's right at where this storm is right now. But then Gilmer, Betty, and then on up toward Pittsburgh's just outside. But Pittsburgh, I would say you need to be in your safe place currently. Go to your safe place. Brumley, you need to be in your safe place also. And when we talk about safe place, I know we say it a lot, and hopefully we're going to say it again a few more times. Looks like it just tightened up a little bit more here, just as it crossed 259 southwest of Ore City. I think Ore City, you are on the edge, but I don't think this storm's going to suddenly turn back to the right. It's going to keep coming back to the northwest. So Gilmer would be my main concern in any areas outside to the east of Gilmer for this tornado warning storm. And at one point, Weather Service was calling it considerable radar confirmed. So that's why it doesn't have, like you're seeing the hatch marks here, that was spotted by a trained spotter and or law enforcement. This is just radar confirmed, but no one has been able to put eyeballs on it and say, yeah, definitely it's happening. But the radar signature that they're seeing indicates it's strong enough that it is either or has produced a spin up from time to time. So that's just crossed over 259 in parts of Upshur County and continues moving back toward Gilmer. That's right along 154. So if you live on 154 headed out of Gilmer, have a business out there, time to head to your shelter. Okay, so back to your shelter. What are we talking about? We're talking about that most interior room without any windows, or as few windows as possible. And it's got to be on the lower floor. And hopefully if you live, say, on a second floor of an apartment and you're like, well, what do I do? Well, do you know anybody on the first floor? Because that would be a really good idea, is to get down there and ask them if you can just hang out there till the storm passes. And then a closet, inside a closet without windows, or a bathroom that might be inside of the apartment or house or something of that nature. I was in a house one time where there was a kitchen, and the kitchen ended up being the most interior room of the house. There were some windows, but they were in another room, and the kitchen ended up being the best place. And if the windows had broken, at least you'd be far enough inside the house. And we had at least 8 walls, if not 7 walls, between us and the outside. So the idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside when you're in a tornado warning, because if those walls cave in, but you are in an interior room and you are sheltered from the storm, you will live through the storm. And it's the best thing to do. And again, you don't want to be in your car. If you're listening on the radio and you're in your car, best thing to do then is to try to find, a gas station that's got a sturdy shelter. If you can, and you know that the storm is, you're not driving into the storm, but the storm is to your right or to your left, and it's not coming toward you, or if it's not cutting in front of you, is to just either turn and go the other way, or just simply drive faster than the storm, because you can. Today would be a different story. Today's sort of like one of these days where you might not be able to drive out of all of what we're in right now, because we're in such widespread rain and wind across the region. But typically I would tell you that. So the best thing to do is to be sheltered up, and hopefully a lot of folks just stayed at home and they've just hunkered down through this day today. But that cell itself, again, tornado warned storm until 3:45 for both of these, Cass Harrison in Marion County, and then Camp Greg Harrison in Upshur County. And can we go up to, I want to see which portion of Camp County is on this, because I'm not real sure. It's that, so there's some belief that cell is going to be turning back to the north or northwest, and I think it's headed more toward Gilmer and back here to the northwest. Let's pan that up and see if we can see that a little bit better. So, yeah, it could come up, it could catch Camp County, but I think it's going to catch Camp on the southwestern corner. I think this storm is more headed toward Gilmer or north of Gilmer. But it does look like it's weakened just a little bit, at least on that latest scan. So east of Shreveport, there is a pretty powerful storm over there. So we bring those up because those cells in Louisiana have been rotating back into parts of East Texas. And so even though they have been forming over there in these areas and seem to be out of play, the rotation around the upper level, or rotation of Beryl, has been taking these back toward Texas. And another one here at Jefferson is one of those cells that has done that. And now this cell here at Gilmer looks like it's weakened just a little bit. But now we have a new flash flood warning that is in effect in that purple area. That does include Gregg County, western parts of Harrison County. That's also going to be a large portion of Upshur County, and that goes into Smith County. So now we have a flash flood warning for parts of Smith County, and then that goes all the way back into southern Smith. And then, so I'm not sure, are we just looking at the closest radar site, or why are we popping a purple there? But just looking at that. Okay, so let's reset the table here. We're at 3:15 on Monday, and we've had several tornado warnings, some damage. We'll see if we can get some more reports of damage for you, but we know that we've had damage out of the Appleby area, north and northwestern parts of Nacogdoches County, trees down across parts of Angelina County, city of Lufkin, roads closed because of trees down, so telling folks to stay off the roads down there. And we've also seen several different spin-ups within parts of Gregg County and also over here into, I know of Timpson. There's reports that there's damage in Timpson from a tornado that was over in that area and moved back to the west earlier today. One of those cells that we tracked out to the east, and these multiple cells here. So just a really active afternoon for sure. All right, let's toss it back over and to Sarah and Savannah and see what you guys have going on right now.
Okay. Well, it does look like, oh, I turned the wrong thing off. It does look like, once again, we still have some of these strong storms that are moving through the area. We've got lots of flood warnings going on, like Brett was talking about. You can see those highlighted there in the purple. Smith County, Cherokee County, Nacogdoches County, Rusk County, Gregg, Upshur, just so many areas just have these flood warnings because of all the rain. So before we get back to the tornado warnings, we did want to just mention that if you have any high water, like Brett said earlier today, if you were with us at that point, we've already seen rescues down in South Texas being made. It is very easy for your car to get swept away, or if you were walking out in high water, to get knocked over. So make sure that you're staying out of any high water that you see. Turn around. Definitely don't drive through any high water. And try not to drive at all at this time. If you can stay home, that's the best option to do right now, as we've got very gusty winds out there in some of these cells. Tornado warnings, of course, we do have a tornado watch still in effect until 10 p.m. for most of East Texas. And just lots of cells right now that have produced some damage, and stronger cells as well. So we still have these storms that Brett was just mentioning up towards Gilmer, just moving its way out of Longview. We also have that cell that's just moving towards Jefferson with that confirmed tag on it. I'm going to switch now over to velocity, because that's been helping us really see how tight these storms are rotating recently. You can see both the one towards Gilmer and Ore City and the one in Jefferson looking like they've weakened in the past scan. So that is good news, but still that does not mean that you can go out and disregard the tornado warning. So both of those tornado warnings do go until 3:45. So we've got exactly another 30 minutes from now that you've got to stay in your safe place, because we've seen these tornado warnings be dropped and then pop right back up, because these storms are just weakening or strengthening back up after they weaken. So it's possible that this storm that we've been tracking towards Jefferson and towards Gilmer, although they're weakening right now, it's very possible that they could strengthen back up again. So if you're in this polygon, until we get word and until we say that it's been dropped, you definitely want to stay in your safe place. So if you're in Gilmer, that still is you. You can still see that there's a little bit of a tighter color there. If you're in Betty, I know we talked about that area as well. Or City, you're right on the edge. It's probably best to just stay in your safe place at this time. Jefferson, you're in that other tornado warning that Brett was talking about earlier with that confirmed tag on it. The rotation has really weakened at this time, but you can still see it moving in that last scan, still some green and red in there, although it's not as bright. We definitely want to be able, or definitely want you to stay in your safe place, because this is about to move right over the Jefferson area. And I'll zoom in more on this area as well. It's going right towards Highway 59 Baldwin. It's going right over that area. Highway 49, it's moving towards you as well. Let's see, I just saw some towns. Let's see if I can get those back up just in a second, but it's moving up towards the Jefferson area once again. Berea, Prospect, it's moving towards you as well. So make sure that if you're in any of those areas that you are staying safe. Uncertain, you're right on the edge and the backside of this polygon, so it's probably safe for you to come out now, but we want to make sure, once again, some of these storms can spit up and you still have storms off into Louisiana. Very strong signature over there towards the Benton area, just north of Eastwood in Louisiana. And like Brett mentioned earlier, these storms are spinning up to the north, but still spinning back to the northwest, which we don't really see very often. Usually with our regular storms, our everyday storms that we see during severe weather season, we see those move from the west to the east. And because of Beryl, that's what's spinning these storms up from the east towards the west this time. So we've seen a lot of these storms pop up. I'll widen this back out. Lots of ongoing tornado warnings in Louisiana. We've got 4 right now. We've got those ones for Harrison, Marion, and Cass County. We've also got this one towards Gilmer, and that is again for Upshur counties, the Longview area. It's also for Gregg and Harrison County. And then once again, we've got one just down towards Center in Nacogdoches County. This goes until 4 p.m. I think this one, or not Nacogdoches County, I'm sorry, Sabine, San Augustine, and Shelby County. So this one I think is actually a little bit newer. Must have popped just in the past couple of minutes. Let me check on the National Weather Service here and see if we have got anything that they have said. So I don't see anything specifically on that, but we do have, once again, I can see a bright area down towards Center where we're probably seeing some gusty winds as well. This is the tornado warning that I was just talking about. So if you're in Center, you want to make sure that you're in your safe place as well, moving towards Highway 96. So you can see that bright area of rotation there. I'm going to try to click on it. Maybe we can sample some of those gustier winds. Oh, I got to take that tornado warning off really quick to see if we can possibly get a sample of how strong the winds are right around in this area. So possibly maybe 70 mile per hour velocity. So very strong winds in that area. I can see our Heightened indicator just popped up as well, which would mean that that is strengthening back up. Wind impact, a 9.5, so almost a 10 there, although the tornado impact is low. So that does mean that we could be seeing some gustier winds like we just saw, strengthening back up in that area, and that's why the National Weather Service has put that tornado warning on that area. So I'll put the warning back on. You can see once again that goes until 4 p.m. It's headed towards Center. If you're in Timpson, it's not headed towards you. You're outside of this polygon for now. I know Timpson is one of those areas that we've had damage reported today. So you do have another storm down to your southeast, kind of moving in that direction, but right now you are not under the tornado warning for that storm. Once again, it is just out of, or just southeast of Center, strengthening up as well as our Heightened indicator shows some of that rotation. So I'll kind of zoom out here. You can see all of the purples here on our map, and I'll put it back into reflectivity so we can kind of see what's going on as well, and take off that red color for you. That's our tornado watch. So zooming out, just taking this wide look, you see we've got lots of tornado warnings going on, lots of those flood warnings as well. Those are what's highlighted in purple, just taking up a lot of East Texas, and even further down in Jasper County still and Newton County, we're seeing still tornado warnings that have been ongoing in those counties because of those bands that just keep moving through the area, and those can continue, like we've seen, to move up towards the north, and those would bump into San Augustine and Sabine County. So we'll continue to watch those down in deep East Texas as well, although they're not impacting our area just yet. It's something to keep our eye on. Like we've seen, these storms continue to rotate, so even though they're in Louisiana or they're in deep East Texas, that doesn't mean that they could rotate back up into our area as well. Brett, do you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to take a look outside from one of our cameras, I think at the Tyler camera on South Broadway, or even outside our CBS 19 studio. The winds were just absolutely just whipping earlier. They don't look as bad there. I mean, the rain was just coming down. So if we have another view, there's going to be our Kilgore camera. So we're just seeing some of the strongest winds and some of the heaviest rain coming through right now. Just wanted to go over that. So I'm going to toss it over to Sarah. She's at the at the wall and tracking some of these storms here, including a couple of these still ongoing tornado warnings for about the next 24 minutes, Sarah.
Thanks, Brett. Yeah, we still have all of those tornado warnings in place across many parts of the Piney Woods. This tornado warning out toward Gilmer, that's going to go to 3:45. We had an observed tornado by a spotter or a local law enforcement official out toward Jefferson. This is going out toward Jefferson. That's going to go until 3:45 as well. If you take a look out over the Louisiana border, that's where we're seeing some of the strongest tornadoes. Those ones have been marked as considerable damage, and there's a chance these could rotate into our area. So make sure that you are staying weather aware, especially if you're out along the border or up to the north, closer to Bear Creek. But Jefferson, Woodlawn, Karnak, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place now as these storms are continuing to push up to the north. So if we could widen this out, I know that I saw a pretty solid rotation out towards center a little bit earlier. It was starting to there we go. Starting to really try to suck in there. If we could take a zoomed in look and see our velocity, that way we can really figure out where that rotation is. So remember, if you're in center, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place now. East Hamilton, you're not necessarily in that box just yet, but you're right on the edge, so make sure that you are staying weather aware. Now, this rotation is staying pretty well defined out there. We're starting to see the blues, which means even gustier winds, higher wind gusts as this continues up to the northeast. So right now it's impacting Sabine, St. Augustine, and parts of Shelby County. If we could get a zoomed in look and see city by city kind of what we're looking at toward Choice, you guys are in this box. Shelbyville, it looks like that rotation is just on top of you right now. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place. We've said it about 1,000,000 times. That is going to be the lowest level of the building with the most interior room. If you can't get to that, make sure that you are putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Usually a bathroom or a closet is the best. But if you can't get to that, just do the best you can and you're going to make it through. Now, this is our turn right here. We're tracking this Titan indicator. It's moving up to the northeast, to the north, about 22 miles per hour. We'll, of course, continue to keep you updated over the next little bit. Our anchor, Mariah Condiff, has some updates. Mariah?
All right, thank you, Sarah. Now, we are about to hop on the phone real quick with the Chief Deputy Craig Harrington from Gregg County Sheriff's Office to get a better idea of what we're seeing out there as we have crews heading to that area right now. But we do want to get an update of any types of reports or damages that we're seeing so far out in Gregg County once again. So we are going to dial in with Chief Deputy Craig Harrington. Craig, are you joining us right now?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you so much. Chief Harrington, what exactly are we seeing so far in Gregg County? We've been hearing different things, different reports, but what have you seen so far?
Well, we've been on the phone here lately with our EOC. We stood up our EOC a couple hours ago. We got guys sitting there at the Emergency Operations Center communicating with us. They reported a tornado on the ground that was north of Tatum in the Hallsville area of Harrison County and was going to be heading towards the Judson area. I think we got fortunate there and it dissipated before it actually impacted Gregg County. But other than severe wind, it started to knock down some trees. We're getting reports of roadways getting closed. We've been able to clear them so far, so we're able to mitigate what we've had at this point in time, but we are expecting a lot more rain, a lot more wind coming.
Definitely, and you mentioned some closed roadways due to maybe some downed trees. Do you have a list of those so that we can report that to viewers that might be heading home today?
Well, right now, like I said, we've been able to mitigate everything that has come our way. We've had some trees reported down on the FM 2087 area around Kilgore and the 149 area around Lakeport East and in the southern part of Gregg County.
All right. With this confirmed, Brett and the weather team, confirmed tornado from you guys as well. He's saying there was a report of a tornado. Is that confirmed for you guys as well?
Yeah, Weather Service was saying there was a considerable tornado confirmed by radar.
Radar, okay.
Yeah, they never said somebody saw it, but there was enough indication on radar that the cell was strong enough that they believe it was a tornado.
Okay, so believed tornado for sure, Chief Harrington. Have you guys had to do any situations pertaining to any rescues or saving people from being maybe trapped inside homes or anything like that yet?
None that has been reported to us, but obviously we're prepared in case that happens.
Perfect. And how long are you guys going to be kind of on standby, waiting and assessing for any more damage reports out there?
We're prepared to work this event all night and in through midday tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief Harrington. And we are going to go ahead and send things over back to our CBS 19 weather team on this Weather Impact Day, which was formerly known as an Eye on Weather Day. Sarah, back to you.
Thank you, Mariah. Well, we're tracking a very organized rotation out towards Shelbyville. If you're in Shelbyville, you are under a tornado warning. Make sure that you are in your safe place right now. We are seeing a pretty high tornado impact on this. It's coming in at a 9 on a scale of 10. So organized rotation. If we can clear this off and maybe step by step through so you can see what that rotation is doing. Right now, we weren't really seeing much a little bit ago, but it's starting to tighten up pretty quickly. As you can just watch it start to tighten up out here. It's just to the south of center. There it is. It's heading up toward Flat Fork, and there it is between center and toward Camp T. Make sure you are staying in your safe place while we have this tornado warning in effect. We were watching our wind on this. It's coming in very dangerous. We're seeing lots of rotation. It's tracking up to the north at about 50 miles per hour, so we can give you a bit of a timeline on that and you can get ahead of it. Remember, if you are in a warning, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. That's a tornado warning. I've said it about 1,000,000 times, and I'm going to say it again. Respect the polygon. So this product that you're looking at now is showing you which way the wind is going. That helps us see the rotation out towards center, where you can see this very light green area. That's where we're starting to see that rotation really tighten up. So it's heading up to the northwest out towards center. It'll get to you closer to 3:30. Pine Hill closer to 4:11. Chapman closer to 4:15. Henderson, if it holds, you guys are out of that particular warning, closer to 4:30. Make sure that you are staying weather aware through the rest of the afternoon, because we have the potential for lots of tornadoes as this continues to go through. Can we switch back to our debris tracker on this to see if anything has been kicked up into the air? And it looks like, okay, I'm starting to see some of the blues out there, which means that we might be seeing a bit of debris from some buildings, and based off of how tight that rotation is, there's a potential that that tracks. This is going to continue to move up to the north, so center, make sure that you are staying in your safe place now. Flat Fork, you as well. A TDS? Yeah. Alrighty, so TDS, that is a tornado debris signature. I got that in from our chief meteorologist just a second ago. That's going to continue to move up to the north. So definitely, based off of our radar, it appears that we have very much a likely tornado out of this. Now, we have nothing confirmed from the ground or from the National Weather Service, just radar indicated, but still, Flat Fork, make sure you are in your safe place as well. This could have lofted some debris up as well. This is continuing to move up to the northeast. We have that tornado warning going until about 4 o'clock for this box that is highlighted, but there's a chance that it could get extended as we see this continue up to the northeast, or I should say the northwest. Now, another tornado warning just to the south of Tatum, to the north of Henderson. This one's going to go until 4:15. We can get a closer look, some cities that are in there. Again, you want to make sure that you are in your safe place. Right now, we're not seeing any debris out there, but we could see some rotation. In a second, we'll just switch over to our velocity tracker, which can tell us if we're seeing that rotation and if it is intensifying or not. Now, I'm seeing a little bit of rotation out there just to the south of Tatum. It doesn't look like it's anything quite as organized as the cell that we were seeing in center. I'm going to toss things over to our chief meteorologist, Brett Anthony, to see if he has any updates on it. Brett?
Yeah, we just got that new tornado warning that went till 4:15, and that again was Gregg, Panola, Rusk County. That just dropped, and of course that's surrounded by a group of flash flood warnings that are also in effect. And then we've been tracking, of course, this tornado warning till 3:45 for Camp, Gregg, Harrison, and Upshur counties, and that continues. And then you were talking about this other cell that we've been tracking over toward the Jefferson area, and that in toward Lodi and toward Berea. So that's just that cell itself looks like it's a wider circulation at this time, but it did have a history of producing some damage, I believe, in the Timpson area. So as that continues working northwestward toward Avenger and Lanier, and eventually into Cass County and up toward Linden, and eventually all the way up toward Bowie County. So that cell has had a lot of history of doing some damage, though right now it does not appear to be in a stage where it would be doing some damage. I just want to take a look outside again, just because at this point here in Tyler, we are getting probably hit with about as hard a wind as we've been hit all day. And there you go. So you're looking south on Broadway. And I'll go back to, I'll switch back to reflect. We'll come back out to that in just a second. But essentially what we're looking at when we look at these heavy rain bands, this is what's creating the flash flooding. And if you look at Tyler and White House and Brownsboro and Moore Station and up toward Lindale and Gilmer and Laneville, these are where you can see how this is just now, it's just going to sit on top of us. So if this was a winter storm, this would be the area of heaviest snow because this is essentially a large low pressure area. It's what a hurricane or a tropical storm is. It has some of the same characteristics in that on this northwest side, on this comma head side, this is where all the moisture and the warm air aloft will pool. And so that will, of course, condense, and then that will fall. And so your heaviest rain is going to occur north and west of the center of low pressure in a tropical system. The tropical system's identity itself looks like as if it's weakening a little bit. It's pretty well defined as it moves into Nacogdoches County, but look how it consolidates. And if you want to know what I'm talking about here, I'll pause it a second and walk back through that. So let me go back here to right there, okay? So let's draw this in for you. Look how well defined, this is the center of Beryl, right there. Look how well defined it still is as it approaches Lufkin. I mean, there may have been an area of clearer air down there. I'm not there, but there may have been, the sky could have cleared much of the way it does with a hurricane. That's just such a well-defined, almost eye wall still. And then as it moves northward, it starts to fill in. So the storm is starting, I think, now to take on some extra tropical characteristics. That's good, but it also means that all of those storms that we see out to the east, that line that's marching into Louisiana, could still spin up a tornado warning or two. So we've got to watch all that for sure. All right, so we still have that tornado watch that's in effect on top of all of the other watches and warnings that are ongoing at this time. So let me pause so you can see the warning. So really it's about flash flood warnings. It looks like, okay, let's go back through. We still have the Upshur County tornado warning, the Gregg County tornado warning. That's going until 4:15. There's two of them there, 3:45 and then 4:15 for that second cell that is down into southern parts of Gregg County and then into Rusk County. So numerous warnings continue. We have had reports of damage. Mariah Cundiff was just talking about how they had reports of damage in Gregg County, in the Longview area, east of Longview. They think near Hallsville, they had some reports of damage. Fortunately, as that storm approached Judson, it seemed to weaken enough that they escaped any kind of considerable damage in that area. There's the storm that Sarah was talking about towards Center that had taken on some, it was rotating strongly. In fact, there's a confirmed tornado with that now toward Flat Fork, up toward Gary City, up toward Carthage. So for about the third time this afternoon, Carthage is going to go back into a tornado warning up toward Grand Bluff and DeBary. And then it looks like it's been extended back to the southwest toward Choice and Drecka. So now we've got even a longer till 4:15 on those tornado warnings, and then the one that is confirmed till 4:15, and then back here toward Gregg, Panola, and Rusk County till 4:15. So all of these, again, if you're in Carthage, it's time to go, and you've spent basically the whole afternoon in your safe place, and we just kind of need you to continue to ride out these tornado warnings in those locations, including Gary City, including Center. And you can see on our Titan indicator, we're getting in those orange areas northeast of Shelbyville. So Sarah showed you how it was southwest of Shelbyville. Now that rotation has jumped back to the northeast of Shelbyville. So on that Titan indicator, I'll click on this and give you a look at what we're looking at inside the storm. So it's still a 9.3 tornado impact. That's very high. For usually if we see something that high, we have a tornado on the ground doing damage. That warning goes until 4 p.m. on that tornado warning. We have seen some wind impacts almost up to a 10, and the flooding impact up to a 4. The storm is moving north according to our Titan indicator at 40 miles an hour. The Weather Service is tracking most of these at about 50 miles an hour. So these will continue to move up to the northeast. Between Campty and Center, up toward Flat Fork, and here's another new tornado warning. This one's going to be on the eastern side of the north end of Toledo Bend. So it's a dangerous day to be down on Toledo Bend, down on Sam Rayburn, or any East Texas lake as these storms all move to the north. So let me currently, if I look at this, and I'm going to go back here to our reflectivity product, and when I do, what we'll end up looking at is, oops, okay, let me go back to this one. All right, I'm going to turn off. All right, so count with me. I'm going to go through all of these tornado warnings. The one that in Upshur, Gregg, and now Franklin County. So Franklin County's in that. That goes until 4:15. Then you've got Harrison and Marion County, and that one also until roughly 4 or 4:15. At this point, it's just safer to stay in your safe place until we give you the all clear than to try to be specific on these storms. You've got one now again in Shelby County, San Augustine County, and this one is going to go until, I believe, I'm going to click on it because it may go till 5 o'clock now. That's going till 4 o'clock. So we still have cells or warnings going on till 4 o'clock, 4:15 off to the southwest, and then a myriad of flash flood warnings for all the counties that you see in purple. So Smith County has portions of Smith County included in flash flood warnings, southwestern Rusk, northern Nacogdoches, and then those other tornado warnings. So just kind of a crazy afternoon. I'm going to come back over here and point out some of these storms for us here. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have seven tornado warnings ongoing right now. So best thing to do, unless you're in Smith County, unless you're in Wood County or Cherokee County or Nacogdoches County, best thing now to do would just be go to your shelter, stay there for about the next hour or 2 hours until all of this, the center of the low pressure area now near Nacogdoches, until that lifts northward and gets north of Interstate 20. It may take until the evening, but when it does, then our threat will dramatically decrease. Remember, we went in the day with an enhanced risk of tornado or severe weather in our easternmost counties. So that included Bowie, Cass, Marion, Harrison, Panola, Shelby, all the way down San Augustine, Sabine, and it may have even included portions of Rusk and Gregg County. So all of those areas were in the enhanced risk of severe weather, and they were then put under a tornado watch. And so the worst part of this storm, the strongest side of the storm, the eastern side of the storm, the way it's tracking, and it is tracking sort of right up here, and it looks like it's going to come right over Longview, so just to the southeast of Tyler, which is pretty much the path that the last few runs from the National Hurricane Center had this storm on. Over the weekend, it was right over Tyler, and then it shifted to the southeast a little bit, and it's kind of held that path and that track in the prediction since about Saturday afternoon. And so that's exactly how it's played out. So we knew that we were going to be seeing at least the threat of tornadoes east of the storm, and certainly we're seeing that. We are seeing several tornado warnings. So let's go back to velocity and track through all of these again, and we'll start on that cell there. And as we go back to the velocity products here, again, a lot of brights showing up. So what does that tell me? It tells me you got a lot of wind aloft, perhaps being transferred down to the surface. Not seeing a lot of couplets, but that doesn't mean that we can't possibly have something that would spin up real fast. The hatched areas, that's where at least a trained storm spotter or a trained National Weather Service operator or someone who is knows what they're looking for, has seen something and has confirmed a tornado, at least in those areas that are hatched. And then the other areas here, back into northern Rusk County, let's zoom down on some of those areas and see what we're dealing with. Again, it just looks like there's a lot of wind, some strong winds closer to the center of the circulation, and then center itself north of Shelbyville. That has been a very strong signal. In fact, it looks like it's almost moving away from our Titan indicator and into southern parts or northern parts of Shelby County and southern parts of Panola County. So right in here. So that's dangerous. So if you're in Shelby County or Panola County, it looks like most of the counties are in those warnings. I would head to the safe place, especially if you're in the eastern half of Shelby County and you live near center. If you live near Carthage to the east, we need you to head to your safe place. If you live in Henderson or north of Henderson, you need to be in your safe place. And then you've got flash flooding that's also occurring. And so this storm system is not only creating the threat of tornadoes, it's also creating the threat that you have deep water that you try to drive through, and then the possibility of drowning becomes a real issue. So you need to avoid driving through deep water. All right, so Sarah, let's zoom in on all of these areas. Let's just walk through this until we get, we've got these tornado warnings till 4:15. Again, any one of these areas here, it looks like there could be a quick spin up, though it doesn't look, and I don't know if you'll agree with me, it doesn't look as impressive as we saw earlier when that one storm was moving east of Longview in the Judson area.
I agree, Brett. I'm not necessarily seeing that same because that was a very well-defined rotation. This one is coming in much less defined and broader, so it doesn't appear that it's as intense as we saw a little bit ago. But still, we have that tornado warning in place. Even though the rotation isn't as strong, please stay in your safe place while that tornado warning is still in place. Again, that's for Gregg, Panola, and Rusk counties, well, part of the counties. Kilgore, you are now under a tornado warning. Overton, you're just on the edge, and that's stretching back out toward Beckville. Beckville is under another tornado warning, which has had a spotted tornado with it, either by a trained storm spotter, by the National Weather Service, or by a local law enforcement official. Right, Brett?
Yes. Can we let's go to the debris trackers and see if there's any debris out there. Okay, so near Gary City, so this is why you're getting, so this, we need to stay on that one for a while. That's the one that you were tracking, I think, that was coming out of center and then moving up to the northwest. So this one has some damage affiliated with it, north of Tenahall. So this one's going to track back toward Carthage, so we need to stay with this one. Everywhere else, I'm not seeing debris, but if you have debris, you know that you've had damage, and you know the damage has been lofted into the atmosphere. So that's toward Carthage at 352. Please, if you live in Carthage, back to your safe place. Beckville, back to your shelter until 4 o'clock at least. Tatum, 407. Easton, 415. Hallsville, again, 422. Longview, 428. So believe it or not, Longview, you could go back into another tornado warning before the afternoon is said and done. And that's going to be right on that debris signature that we are seeing near Gary City. So we'll zoom in on Gary City and give you a look at that northern end of Gary City, maybe give you an idea of some of the streets. Again, those green areas are not rain. That is not sleet or hail or anything like that. That is likely some sort of material that is not precipitation. So again, it could be tree limbs, it could be branches, it could be metal sheets, it could be shingles off a house, it could be a lot of things like that. But that's what we're looking at there in that Gary City storm. And then that's why we've got those hatch marks there, because that tells us that there is, someone has sighted or seen a tornado. All right, so let's pick this up a little bit, or zoom this up to the top just a little bit, and maybe go into a little bit tighter on that east side of Highway 59. So there's a chance that the way the storms are rotating, that some of this moisture or some of these winds are just blowing this back across 59 toward Buncombe and staying south of Carthage, but the whole circulation could be headed up toward Carthage and away from Delray. So that's a real possibility. All right, so I'm going to see this in the middle of the screen if possible. Yeah, there's Tenahall and there's Paxton, and this let's just hold on this for a little bit. Again, notice how little lightning there is. There's just not a ton of lightning with these tropical spin-ups. They're not truly, they're thunderstorms in a sense that there's thunder and there's lightning, but they're not what we typically see when we have some supercellular thunderstorms where there is a large amount of lightning. And when the lightning's increasing, we know that the ice inside the storm is increasing. We know the updrafts inside the storm is increasing. And so when we know all that, then we start to get a feeling that one of these could become tornadic. In this instance, there's not a lot of lightning, The winds are just turning the little, if you want to call them supercells, they'd be small little supercells, but they're spinning up little tornadoes so fast, and that some of these are producing damage. And then the best thing we have right now going on, being able to tell where these things are, is by looking at the little bit of this tornadic debris signature that shows up. So this is getting lofted and continues to move in the direction of wherever the storm is headed. And so we'll get another scan here in just a little bit. We'll see. Now, likely, it looks like this has been sort of it's being blown out, and so the debris will probably start to settle back down to the ground, so we won't see it on the radar as much as what we've seen. But that just tells us that near Gary City, there's likely some damage. All right, so if you are in Gary City, hopefully you've been staying in your safe place. So from here, from Gary City, let's track these. These storms are moving north and northwest about 50 miles an hour. So Sarah's going to put the path on that and tell you when it's going to get to Carthage. So that cell is going to move through Carthage, and it's going to likely happen in about 11 minutes. So 11 minutes from now, if you live in Carthage, expect some very, I'm going to say, dangerous looking clouds. They could be scrubbing the ground. There could be a small tornado that moves through quickly. It could be nothing and then spin up a tornado. Beckville about 407, Tatum 415, and we just went over this before, Easton 422, and then Hallsville, Longview, and Harleton, which have all already been under a tornado warning and have all seen a little bit of damage. This very strong cell could track over those same areas once again, back toward Carthage, back toward Tatum, back toward Longview. So we're waiting for that new scan. It should update here any minute. We'll see exactly and get a better feel for the direction and the movement. But right now, if we followed along the path of the polygon, then we'd have a storm that's moving generally north-northwest, about 50 miles an hour over toward the Tatum area. And if it held together and stayed as strong as it is, it would head all the way to Longview, and that would happen by about 4:30. That's 45 minutes from now. So hopefully we can give you enough time if you live in Longview, heading back to your shelter, getting some stuff together. Again, if you live in a mobile home, the best thing to do is to evacuate that mobile home and find sturdier shelter. If you know somebody that's driving north or south on Interstate 20 trying to come back from Dallas or come from Shreveport, you want them to probably stop where they are until the storm passes. And also, once they stop, they need to exit their vehicle and find some sturdy shelter. If it's a gas station, if it's a restaurant, someplace where they can shelter in place, if it's a grocery store, but someplace that's got better shelter than being out on the road exposed to the elements, exposed to the winds, exposed to the rain, exposed to all the things that could possibly fall in their way, especially when you're dealing with a tropical storm that's moving through. We can hear the wind here just buffeting the tops of our building, and there's a new scan. So got a new scan. It does look like that tornado debris signature has sort of scoured out a little bit, so it's starting to spread out. So perhaps the tornado has lifted. You can see this as we see how it's kind of running. So it's sort of lengthening out, which means that the winds itself created the damage. We had the signature, and now that signature is spreading out. So the next time we see that signature, we should see less and less of it. We'll see if another one pops up, which would indicate that there might be some new damage somewhere else. But again, those tornado warnings are ongoing, and that is the city of Carthage and DeBary and Gary City till 4:15. And then you've got another one farther southwest on the Louisiana side till 4:15. And then from there going eastward, and again, Tatum is not in that, Pine Hill is not included in that, but western parts of Panola County, northern Rusk, and right up to, I think, just west of Longview. Kilgore, however, is included in that tornado warning till 4:15. So Kilgore is in one of the latest tornado warnings to be issued. In fact, if we got the Kilgore camera up, let's take a look at that real quick. And you can see the rain continues. It does not look super rainy right now, so they might be in between. I'm just looking to see if there's the flag there. It looks like the wind kind of hitting it there. Let's take another look from our Broadway camera. We're looking south toward the bands of rain coming in and the heaviest rain coming in. You can see the rain not necessarily falling gently, but almost like it's falling horizontally across the screen. and the visibility is reduced. There's some spray from cars on the roadways. We have parts of southern Smith County in flash flood warnings. The wind is also just bumping that camera around, and even more so now. So we're getting some strong wind gusts. We've had wind gusts estimated by our radar up to 80 miles an hour in some of those areas where we've seen damage. We've seen run-of-the-mill gusts 35 to 40 miles an hour. I pretty much think a lot of this is happening as expected. We'll see about the rainfall rates. You know, admittedly, I had a graphic that I put out over the weekend that had some isolated 10-inch spots for rainfall. And while that's possible, I always say when I show those graphics never to marry those cities to those numbers because it can shift around, but we use it as guidance. But a lot of people were like, Gilmer, 10 inches of rainfall. Well, it might not happen in Gilmer, but it might be 8.5 inches. So it's going to be close to those numbers somewhere, and it might only be 1 or 2, but that's an indication that there was the potential for very heavy rainfall with the system. And it's not over yet. I mean, it's 4 o'clock. This system probably doesn't wind down, at least for Longview, Tyler, until about 11 o'clock tonight. So it's another 7 hours. Let's go back to the radar. And on radar again, tornado warnings continue until 4:15. We have been tracking that one cell. It's been very dangerous. It's been that cell that has been moving toward Gary City and now moving up toward Carthage. So we'll go back to our debris tracker. And the reason we're going to use this is because it's giving us the best indication of where those rotations are. We've been looking at a lot of the rotation within a lot of those cells, and what's ended up happening is that there's so many quick spin-ups that perhaps we're just missing that in-between scans, or they're just so small that you can't see. These are not large tornadoes, but any tornado can do damage, and then it just throws up that debris signature to where you can see it. And that's the best bet we have to identify where there's some solid rotation, and that now is moving under the northwest side of Carthage. So let's zoom in on that, and again, there's a little lightning strike there. So we are hearing just a little bit of lightning. This might be getting a little bit stronger because of the lightning out toward Buncombe and Delray. So if you're in Delray, if you're in Carthage, please be in your safe place right now. We'll just say it over and over again. There's nothing better than to listen to a warning, head to your shelter, ride out the storm, listen to one of our Alpha Media radio partners. Of course, we've got Jack FM 106.5. We've got The Ranch 104.1 and 103.7, and then Kicks 105.7 and La Emisora 96.7. And so we certainly appreciate them broadcasting our signal through to some radio stations. If you're driving in your car, you can hear the coverage, or if you're in your closet, you can also just listen to the coverage. If perhaps your cell phone died, or you didn't have a chance to, you forgot to bring it in with you and you had a radio or something like in there. It just gives you more than one way to listen to the coverage. All right, so Delray right now toward Buncombe, that's where potentially the worst of the rotation is. But we can double check that by looking at what we call our velocity product, or our wind tracker. So the wind tracker is going to show the precipitation particles that are blowing toward the radar and away from the radar, and then it derives that and it says this is the way the wind is moving. This could be a very difficult product to use today because there's just a lot of wind from this tropical storm system, and you can see that over Carthage right now. So Carthage is seeing a lot of wind. It could be straight line wind, but again, with that debris tracker out there, that tells us that there is a possibility some of this is going to be hitting the ground. All right, so we might as well just drill on down into Carthage on that west side and see. There's another. So we've got Panola Street, Holland Quarters, Ryderville, and I would imagine Ryderville right now is seeing some of that debris around that area. If we go back to the debris tracker and maybe just kind of float around with the debris tracker. So Holland Quarters. So if you're in Holland Quarters, I especially want you to be in your safe place. But if you're anywhere in the Carthage area, Beckville again. So Beckville, this is like the third time I think we were telling you to go to your safe place. And Tatum, maybe the third time that we want you to head to your safe place. And Grand Bluff. All right, so there it is. More debris now tracking over Beckville. So it looks like we still have something on the ground in the Beckville area. Tatum, you're up next. Please go to your safe place. Did this tornado warning just get expanded up to the north of here, or it looks like it did? No, that's a different cell that went that way. All right, We have Savannah Hale standing by with some information. Savannah, we're hearing more reports of damage.
Yeah, so this is actually, we have some video from Appleby earlier. This is some of the damage that we're seeing. You can see this is what Dan showed us if you were with us earlier, just some considerable damage from one of those reported tornadoes that went through the Appleby area. So this is in Nacogdoches County, a lot of damage there. You can see just some of those buildings destroyed, roofs ripped off, just a lot of damage thrown around, signs just completely ripped off of buildings. So a lot going on, things tossed over cars. I know we heard some reports in Timpson as well, but you can see this gas station hit, just a lot happening. Debris was tossed all over the place, and we did have some of this on our radar as we were watching this move through the Appleby area, and the National Weather Service did confirm, but you can just see lots of that damage and just heavy rainfall moving through that area as well. I know we also have a tornado that we were talking about in our Beaumont area, so we have some video from our Beaumont station. You can see this was sent in from a video of just a viewer took on their phone, and you can see that tornado just kind of spinning throughout the air. Now, we weren't tracking this one since it was in the Beaumont area, but this is one of those cells that has probably moved north and is one of those tornado warnings that we have been watching. So this is, again, from our Beaumont area, and we've got another video from Frankston as well. This is the dam at the Frankston Dam. You can see just overflowing with so much water just pouring over that. So much water has been in the area that it's just spilling over the dam right now, causing a lot of flooding. So once again, if you're in one of those areas, look at all that flooding. Stay out of the water. If you see high water like that, you don't want to be in one of those areas. Thankfully, this person was from a far away spot, so they were able to get that footage for us in a safe location. But again, just a lot of flooding going on out there, a lot of damage that we've seen in some of those areas as well. We still have tornado warnings that are continuing, and those flood warnings that are continuing. In the purple there, those are our flood warnings, and the red are our tornado warnings, those going until 4:15. So far haven't been extended, but we're going to continue to watch some of those as well. Again, lots of rainfall, lots of heavy winds. We've got those ongoing tornado warnings, and like we mentioned earlier, as some of those die down, it's very possible that they can spin right back up. So if you're in one of those polygons, and we mentioned maybe the rotation broadening or not looking as bright, that doesn't mean that you can disregard the polygon. We want you to stay in your safe place. Again, we don't want you to end up in one of those areas with damage like we saw in Appleby. We've also got crews headed out to the Longview area when it's a safe time. They're not going just yet. We want to make sure that they're in a safe place, but we are going to be checking and seeing if there's any damage from that cell that we watched move through the Longview area also. So we're going to continue with you on these next tornado warnings we've got, once again going until 4:15, and of course all the rainfall and flooding. We can hear it just coming down at the studio here. Lots of rain and wind, although there's no tornado warnings in the Smith County area right now. I'm going to toss it back over to Brett Anthony, who might have more updates for us also.
Yeah, we're just continuing to watch the radar, and Sarah Blue is just kind of drilling down on some of these cells. We're trying to find, for instance, areas of where there's damage being lofted into the air. It looks around Logansport like there could be some there. And then when you look at the hatch marks, then you know that at least somebody has seen a tornado. So it gets confirmed not only by radar, but also by a spotter, by a human. And when you get human eyes on a storm like that, then you have more confidence that, of course, that is happening. Until then, you're basically relying on your knowledge, what you know, what the radar is telling you, what the radar is indicating. Sometimes the radar signatures can look absolutely like there is a tornado there, and then there's not, just because it's simply off the ground. So it can see into the middle part of that thunderstorm or into the middle part of the rotation, as we're seeing this afternoon, but nothing is actually reaching the ground. But when we see these little, what we call TDS or tornadic debris signatures, we know something has been torn up and it's been tossed into the air, and likely that is the cause of that is going to be a tornado. So there may have been, and still may be, one toward Beckville. So if you live in Beckville and you haven't taken your tornado precaution yet, you need to do that right now, because that storm is right on you. In fact, it might even be starting to move out of Beckville and moving over toward Tatum. Logansport, this is another one of these cells that we've been watching, and a lot of these have been, maybe 4 or 5, have been in Louisiana and have rotated back into Panola County or Shelby County, and then back into Harrison, and then in some instances up into Marion County, and a couple of those have even rotated all the way back into Gregg County, and one rotated all the way back into Upshur. So we've had these instances where these cells have started out far to the southeast because of the nature, again, big counterclockwise area of low pressure, what a tropical storm essentially is. And so they basically throw all that moisture from the south to the north and then back to the northwest. In fact, there's the center of Beryl right now, just south of Tyler. And you can see all these tornadoes. So out here, probably, and notice it's not where we're seeing, this is, I would say, more traditional of what I'm accustomed to in terms of cold fronts coming through, and what we get are what we call line echo wave patterns. And in those little line echo wave patterns, you'll get little waves that form, and those begin to spin counterclockwise and can spin up small tornadoes. So that's kind of what we're seeing here as this moves now into Louisiana. So if we get rid of this part of the storm, we won't have to worry about that as much, but we're still going to have to worry about the right front quadrant of the storm itself, and still that rotation as it pulls that moisture and pulls those winds back toward the center. You can just see how they're rotating and they're pulling. So they're already naturally rotating. Now imagine if all they need is just a little extra spin, and then they spin up, and then you have a tornado that is on the ground. So that is what we've seen here this afternoon. So at least 3 of these warnings, and the strongest warnings appear to be over in the Shreveport area. This one is right on the, well, it looks like it's over in Louisiana, but it may move back into Panola County. So right now we have Panola, and we have a portion of Gregg and Rusk County still under those tornado warnings until 4:15. So we got about 12 minutes to go on these warnings here. And so what I'm telling you is in Gregg County, Rusk County, Panola, and Harrison County, you have to stay in your shelter for 12 more minutes. Elsewhere, where you see the purple, and there are tons of flash flood warnings, it is best to just not leave the house anyway because of the flash flood problems that you could run into. The high water, a foot of water moving a vehicle, knocking you off your feet if you tried to walk through it. It's not anything where, oh, the creek's high, I'm going to go play in it. No, don't do that. That could be deadly. I mean, that's how dangerous this kind of stuff is. And I know we sound like Debbie Downers on that, but seriously, you all need to just take care of yourselves and not try to go out and play in this kind of stuff. This is a serious situation. This doesn't happen but about every 15 years or so. So yeah, this is a big time storm, big historical moment in terms of a weather event in East Texas. So northern Rusk County, you got Panola County, and again, those storms are going to be moving from the north back to the northwest. Now back up here toward Jefferson, there are some more tornado warnings. And I apologize if we haven't been able to get to everybody every time because we've just got so many warnings. But for instance, look at this one. From Jefferson, it's moving back to the northwest. It's moving back toward Morris County. So Camp County is just outside of that. So a little portion of Morris County is in this tornado warning till 4:30, and that was pretty much just issued. Now on this side, you've got this one that's in Louisiana, but it's rotating back into Cass County. And that's a pretty strong rotation. And that's a fairly strong rotation near Avenger and Linden. So those rotations could possibly kick up a quick tornado if they haven't already. So Avenger, Linden, Dangerfield, I would just head to my safe place and stay there until we get you it all clear. Atlanta, this cell may float back toward Atlanta, may rotate back into parts of that part of Cass County. Marion County right now, you've got the tornado warning in your north, I'd say north central area west of Lodi, and that is headed back toward Dangerfield. So that's another rotation. So that's 2 that we're keeping a track of, and we're keeping a track of those for the next 25 minutes. And then we're going to go down here to the south. We got a lot of just wind and rain at Ore City and Gilmer, and then you get up to Longview, and here you go again, Gregg County, another tornado warning until 4:15. So we got about 10 minutes on this warning. Tatum is sitting between 2 warnings. Pine Hill is just to the south. Henderson is also just to the south of that. But Overton is in that tornado warning. So is Kilgore. And Kilgore, so let's go ahead and take a look at our Kilgore camera and see if we're seeing anything from that Kilgore camera. All right, so everything looks like it's just heavy rain right now. There is some wind. You can see it just kind of throwing the flag around and in differing directions. So, but I don't see a lot of lowering in the clouds. We can see the top of the oil derricks. So it just looks like tropical downpours that are occurring at this time. And then the rain, of course, hitting the camera lens and it's obscuring the view. But you can see the way the wind is driving that rain. So those are wind-driven rain for sure. Not a lot of hail. Look at that. Heavy, very heavy rainfall. There's flooding or ponding on the roadways in downtown Kilgore as that truck goes through. So this is the situation in a lot of towns across East Texas. This is what it looks like now. If you don't have a tornado warning, you've got a lot of rain. All right, let's go back to the radar and bring you up to date. Now, Tatum, all right, so this is part of the Beckville storm that we tracked up toward Tatum. Still looking at some debris that is flying in the air west of Darko, headed up toward Lakeport. So we may get an extension of the tornado warning coming up here in a few minutes from, I'd say, Grand Bluff, maybe over toward Longview, back toward Darko. But so this is headed right more back toward Lakeport and Kilgore. Again, makes sense, sort of southeast to northwest as they rotate around that big area of low pressure. All right, let me straighten up my tie. All right. With that, hopefully, if you are in Lakeport, Kilgore, I got to tell you again, let's go back to our safe place. Let's ride this out for the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes until 4:30, until we get an all clear from the National Weather Service. Until then, we continue to get the tornado warnings that have been reissued and reissued. We are approaching about 4 hours of continuous tornado warnings. When these first started down in San Augustine County, and we've had one issued about every 15 minutes as this whole storm system has been rotating overhead. And as it has been rotating overhead, the outer bands of the storm are also creating spin-ups, and then these spin-ups can become damaging tornadoes. We're not talking about monster tornadoes, but it doesn't take that. Any tornado can be bad, and it just takes one to really have a bad situation or a bad storm. So what you're looking there is some greens and yellows. So it's telling us that it's not the purples, and the reds are perhaps, you know, big, thick raindrops. Sometimes you'll see hail mixed in there. But when we get into these different colors, then they don't correlate with what we see here. So the radar says that's something different. And so what is that something different? Well, it could be something that if a raindrop is really hamburger bun shaped when it falls because of friction, right? So, and it kind of spreads out as it falls. So it knows it looks like that. And it looks like it has like a certain shape. So it puts all of that into that one color. Well, if these are coming out at different shapes, then it puts them in a different bin and sorts them in a different area. And so it tells the radar that, hey, that's not rain, that's not hail, that's not ice, not sleet, snow. It's something different. Some instances it can be bugs, it can be some sort of insect. But in this instance, it's likely some sort of tree branch, limb. Sometimes green usually correlates with some sort of branch or limb, or maybe a building material that's not wood, maybe a small metal sheeting or shingles or something of that nature. So that this looks like, though, this has starting to spread out and could be weakening just a little bit more. All right, so we'll ride this out for 5 more minutes. I'm not seeing many. That's still 4:15. All right, just trying to see. Now this is another. Is this a new debris signature? That looks like that one is just sharpened up around Carthage.
I think so. Let me step through it a little bit. That way we can watch it.
That's not the Gary City. No, that's not the Gary City.
No, that one was out toward Logansport. It was pretty defined, but it's starting to weaken a little bit and broaden. But we're still seeing something out toward Logansport. But we're also kind of getting to the edge of the radar, so it's not going to give us a very good signature south of Logansport at the moment.
Sure.
Still some potentially debris. Maybe some roof shingles out there, leaves. It could be some areas, like Brett was saying, with the hamburger bunching of the rain out there. Either way, you want to make sure that you're staying in your safe place. If you're in Carthage, Grand Bluff, Beckville, we've told you this a couple of times, Beckville, but make sure that you go to your safe place. For DeBerry, you guys are under that tornado warning as well. Now, I wanted to point out, We have been seeing lots of flash flood warnings pop up across our area. They're kind of hard to see, but they're in this purple. And I'm going to go ahead and throw on our rainfall estimates. This is from our radar, so take it with a grain of salt because it's not officially measured. It's what we're estimating. But lots of rain out toward Henderson, Nacogdoches, heavier rain in the brighter colors, over 4 inches. That's enough to cause significant flooding. That's out toward Henderson, Nacogdoches, and out toward Lufkin. That's where we're seeing the heavier rainfall amounts. That goes all the way out to the Gulf Coast as well, where we were seeing some rain totals stack up to around 9 inches. So you want to make sure that if you're in any of these areas that are under a flash flood warning, that you are staying safe out there, and be prepared if you need to make it to higher ground. It doesn't appear that we have seen any reports that we need that, but just make sure that you're staying safe out there.
We'll
All right, it
just
looks
go
like
through
we just
5.
got a new tornado warning in. This one is for Gregg County, Rusk County, Smith County, and Upshur County. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. All right, it was this one that goes till 5 p.m. So that includes Hawkins, Winona, Owenstown, Browning, Kilgore. You are in another tornado warning. This one goes till 5 this time. Liberty City, you're included in that warning as well. And it goes back to areas where it's already under a warned system. So if you have a warning, make sure that you are going to your safe place sooner rather than later. That's what's gonna keep you safe. If you go to your safe place, we can ride this out and we're gonna be okay. I'm going to switch over to our correlation coefficient, which is what we call our debris tracker. And it doesn't look like we're seeing anything super well defined, but it would be this area out toward Lakeport where we're seeing maybe some debris that's been lofted in the air as it starts to move out to the northwest. That's where you're going to see potentially some things get thrown around, some tree branches or possibly some damage to your roofs. Even if there's not a tornado, there are very gusty winds outside. Make sure that you are staying safe. Today is not a day that you want to be out on the roadways. Try to avoid travel as much as possible. All right, it looks like we may have gotten a strange scan in here. I'm not necessarily seeing any rotation pop up, but I think we're getting a little bit of what's called range folding on our radar, where we aren't necessarily getting in the clearest data. I'm not necessarily seeing well-defined rotation, but I think it's more so the National Weather Service is tracking this potential debris that's been lofted into the air. So remember, if you are in a tornado warning, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. Even if it's a very quick spin up, that is enough to cause damage. And if you are outside in it, you could get injured. So please make sure that you are staying safe. We want you to stay safe. So please make sure that you are going to your safe place. And if you're just joining us, once again, if you're under a tornado warning, go to the lowest level of the building in the most interior room. That is what's going to keep you the safest. Now, if you don't have a room without windows, if you have a mattress, if you have a blanket, if you have something that is big and soft, if you can put that in the window, that'll help protect you if some shards of glass were to accidentally get thrown in the air due to the tornado. But please make sure that you are staying in your safe place if you're under any of these warnings. Brett?
Yeah, let's go back and talk about this tornado warning here in Smith County. And we've got also Wood County, Upshur County, Gregg County, and it's going to be right here. So there's the city of Tyler, not included in that, but Starville is. Big Sandy is. Lindale is not, but just down Interstate 20. We are seeing Winona. And we also have Kilgore in this new tornado warning that goes until 5 p.m. So what will end up happening is we're going to stay on until 5 p.m. with this next part of the cell, and it may be this right here toward Lakeport, where we're picking up more debris flying in the air. As that moves into this area, that's going to keep us on the air till 5 o'clock. And then, of course, if we have to, we'll go right on through CBS 19 News at 5, and essentially weather coverage will be the news tonight. And we'll continue to try to gather information on damage around the area. We have crews out in the field. They're doing it safely. We're keeping them away from any kind of danger. They are waiting for storms to pass. They are not getting in the middle of all of this. But when a storm passes and they have an opportunity, then they are taking advantage of that. And the same holds true for you. If a storm passes and you do have damage, you don't have another storm coming in, please, you can do it safely. I would say share any pictures you can with us. You can email us at weather@cbs19.tv. You can email the news department, any of that, but do it safely and wait till the danger has passed for sure. We do not want anybody to get hurt at the sake of just trying to get something to a newsroom. All right, so what we're looking at here, this is going to be reflectivity, so this is just general radar. We'll take the tornado watch off, and then what we've got is this Kilgore and Longview, Browning, Tyler, and Winona and Lindale are all inside. Lindale's outside of that latest tornado warning at 5 o'clock, and so is Overton. But in here, we're not seeing, we've seen some debris that's been over toward Tatum that is starting to move into that watch area, into that warned area in red. And so that may have been what prompted the tornado warning. So let's go back to that debris, and we're going to see if we can track that piece of that what's been lofted right here toward Longview. That's likely going back to the northwest. So that area there, I have a feeling, is what prompted this tornado warning. And because it could be moving almost due west or moving to the northeast, you've got sort of a polygon that goes back to the northwest. So, and there may be another spin up there. So these are moving 50 miles an hour, and so where's it headed? Well, Gladewater would be up next, Big Sandy at 440, Hawkins at 446, Oak Grove 504, Winnsboro at 510, and then Coke at 514. So that'd be an hour from now. But Gladewater, and then any other areas in southwestern parts of Upshur County or northeastern parts of Smith County. I can't remember there's a little town up there, just right on the corner of Smith and Gregg County. If we zoom in or take that track down, we'll be able to see it. So it's going to be right in here. There's Big Sandy. So Big Sandy is in the path of that storm. And then Wilkins, that's another one. Winona was there, Liberty City. White Oak is not, but this is a pretty good indication. So Liberty City, Kilgore is just going to be south of that. Wilkins, Winona, Browning, Hawkins, any of those four cities, if you live in that polygon, you need to go to your safe place right now and just kind of hang out. Gladewater also, I'd head to my safe place. If this does not tend to bend back to the west, it could ride right along that polygon area, and that area of circulation could go right overhead, and then we'd have potentially some damage in those areas. This is indicating that there is something being lofted in the air by the winds, and it could very well be from back a storm, a couple miles back, and it's just continuing to get lofted. But it also could tell us that there is something on the ground that is creating this debris signature that we're seeing here. All right, let's go to velocity and see if there's any indication outside of strong winds. I believe there's some very strong winds as we get closer and closer to the center of the storm. In fact, if we sampled some of these, I bet we'd be in, and again, it's going to be, I know out here this far away from the radar site, we're talking about 6,000 feet off the surface, and there is a lot of strong energy in this system with Tropical Storm Beryl, and those winds are going to probably be in the 70, 75 mile an hour range. We were talking about the potential for 70 mile an hour wind gusts as this storm worked its way to the north. And why could we do that? Well, we'd have all that wind aloft. We have all that heavy rain coming down. Sometimes that rain can bring some of those strong winds down to the surface. Sometimes gravity can bring those winds down to the surface. Yes, they can weaken a bit as they lose some of that momentum, but when they reach the surface, they can still create some wind damage. And so the radar, at least at this level where it's shooting into, 6,000 feet, is seeing winds that are very strong, would still be hurricane force winds higher up into the storm. So is it possible? Yes. Are those winds reaching the ground? That'd be a smaller possibility that is happening. So, but at best, it tells us just the strength of the storm itself. And it is certainly, it's held together really well as it made landfall this morning at Matagorda, and it continues to move northeastward. So Gregg County is in that tornado warning, Smith County, Big Sandy is in that, Winona is in that tornado warning, and also Gladewater is in that tornado warning. Longview, you're not, but still some strong winds and heavy rain continue, and this whole area is under a flash flood warning. And we showed you some of those rainfall estimates that were sitting in that 4 or 5 inch. And again, we're not done with the rain yet. So there's 4+ inches at Mount Enterprise, Henderson, Jacksonville. Gilmer's up to about 2.5 inches of rainfall. Tyler's in that same 2.5 inches of rainfall, but we still have about 5 hours of rain to go. Maybe not the wind and the tornado warnings, but the rain, because the rain is going to continue to work its way northward, back to the northwest, kind of sit there, and eventually the storm will move out. Mount Enterprise, Jacksonville, eastern Cherokee County, northern parts of Nacogdoches County. That's radar estimated. Sometimes the radar in tropical storm systems, it just overdoes the amount of rain. I think because it's coming at such a fast rate that radar just has a hard time, and derived products really have a hard time sort of assessing and saying exactly the exact amounts of rainfall. So we'll really rely on a lot of folks and the Weather Service to give us exact amounts on this event for sure. But that's just to look at your estimated rainfall up to this point. And again, that for some of this, the area here, it started at about 9 or 10 o'clock this morning. So that's about 6 or 7 hours time. That's not a long time. And that's why those areas are under flash flood warnings. So heavy rain for sure. All right, let's go back to the tornado warnings that we have in effect. And again, one is going until 5 p.m. and that's going to be the Smith County storm. And at this point, there's another one up here toward Jefferson, and an observed tornado now headed through Dangerfield up toward Naples. So we've got an observed tornado now in parts of Morris County near Cornett, headed toward Dangerfield. So if you're in Dangerfield, please head to your safe place. Head there right now, especially with an observed tornado headed into that location, and this strong rotation signature showing up in parts of Cass County and then over into Morris County, and then there's Titus County. So Titus County is also in that. So Bowie, Cass, Morris, Titus County under that tornado warning also until 5 p.m. Bright indication of the radar, winds going away and back toward the radar. I know it looks somewhat broad, but obviously someone saw something up in the western parts of Cass County, and maybe some heading toward Morris County. So Morris County is in that tornado warning right now. So let's put a track on this as it heads east out of Dangerfield up toward Mount Pleasant. This is Interstate 30. It's going to cross over Interstate 30 in the northern parts of Morris County, and then into, if it holds together, make it all the way into Franklin County. So Hagensport is in that. Mount Pleasant would also be in that about 450. Winfield 459. Talco, and then Bogota at about 520. It's going to head all the way in those areas if it can hold together. And that is, again, observed. So Storm Spotter has observed a tornado or a funnel cloud. We would, I'm sure there's some video out there of, like we saw down in Beaumont, of one of these really quick spin-up tornadoes, spin up really fast. Or there's just low clouds moving across the horizon, and then it spins it up. It lasts maybe a couple minutes, and then it picks back up. But if it hits anything, of course, there's going to be damage that it's also seeing. So that's one tornado warning. That's Bowie, Cass, Miller, and that goes now till 5:15. Yeah, so this is now till 5:15, I believe. So, and this is Cass, Lafayette, and Miller. This one goes till 4:30. This one went till 5 o'clock. And then back down here to the south, we got another one over parts of Upshur County. The Smith County tornado warning continues, and that area is until 5 o'clock for Gregg, Rusk, Smith, and Upshur County. And as that goes on, we'll continue to see these strong winds that are moving through the area. So if you touch the banner, it'll go away. All right, so, all right, flash flood warnings there in purple. And as those flash flood warnings continue, the heavy rain continues, and we can hear it. It does look like western parts of Smith County, Henderson County, Anderson County, even a part of Cherokee County now starting to see the storm move out. So the storm is starting to wind down for some of those areas out to the west of Tyler and back to the southwest. In fact, Houston and Trinity County were dropped from the tornado watch a little while ago. So there are some counties being shaved away from the tornado watch as we head into the now we head into the early evening hours. So The Gregg County tornado warning continues. The southwestern part of Upshur, southeastern part of Wood, and northeastern part of Smith County. For radar indicated tornado, no word officially if anything has been spotted. But let's go back up here to the Dangerfield storm. That one is observed, and we have seen some debris on that storm system out of Dangerfield, moving northward toward Mount Pleasant and Naples. In fact, now it doesn't look like there's as much there as we saw earlier. If we go back to the rotation and the wind tracker, maybe on wind tracker we'll see just a little bit. So there is a better area there. So the radar is at least seeing some wind and so a couplet inside that storm system that's rotating in opposite directions at Dangerfield over toward Cornett and over toward Lone Star. And that has to be concerning. We'll see if we can get a new scan in here as we keep an eye on that. Pittsburgh, you're not in that tornado warning. Blodgett, Brumley, not in that tornado warning. Lone Star, you are part of another tornado warning, so is Avenger. And Mount Vernon is not at this time. So we need to just watch these, because if they were to hold together, of course, they'd move back toward those areas, toward Mount Pleasant is technically in that tornado warning. But it looks like a fairly wide rotation at this time, but one of several tornado warnings that we've had. So keeping an eye on that for the Dangerfield folks. Let's zoom in a little bit closer between Dangerfield and Cornett. There's Hughes Springs. So Hughes Springs it seems like it's right over top Hughes Springs. So please, I hope you're in your safe place. Jenkins, you're very close to that. Anywhere on Highway 11, 49, Rocky Branch are one of those towns where this circulation is going to pass over. Omaha, Cookeville, Naples is going to be very close to Naples, and then up toward Mount Pleasant, all within those areas where you're seeing those black lines. And in fact, Naples is in that, and then across Interstate 30. This is Interstate 30. So if this rotation were to continue northeastward, it would cross Interstate 30, it would cross past Naples, it would cross past Mount Pleasant. Nickelberry would be just outside of that. And that would take it on up and out of the area. Okay. All right, so any word from the Weather Service? I haven't seen any. I need to go check what they're saying with any of the Pleasant warnings or anything that they're seeing in terms of rotation.
Hey, Brett. Yeah, I haven't seen any updates from the National Weather Service recently. We are tracking just out to our east, heading out toward Texarkana, so it should miss most of us here in East Texas. Well-defined tornado, that one they're marking as considerable damage. But again, that's going to head toward Texarkana and not impact us here in East Texas. Once again, we do have this tornado warning in effect for parts of Gregg, Rusk, Smith, and Upshur County. We have not gotten any word from the National Weather Service on what they plan to do with this, but there's a chance that it could get extended depending on what we're seeing here. I'll switch it over to our correlation coefficient. This is what we can see if there's potentially debris being lofted into the air by a potential tornado. So it looks like it's picking up on something still out toward Gladewater, but it's a pretty broad thing that we're seeing out there. Nothing terribly organized, so let me just click through a little bit. So when it was out toward Lakeport, that was about 15 minutes ago, it looked a little bit more organized, as well as the past little bit, but I'm not seeing anything that is terribly concerning, but still stay in your safe place until the warning is expired. And there's a chance that this could tighten back up. If we throw in our wind tracker, this is where we can see if there's a rotation. And I'm seeing a lot of just gusty winds out there. So if there is rotation, it's going to make it very hard for us to see on our radar, because this is in fact a tropical storm. And really, if you look at it on our reflectivity, let me turn off the tornado watch. You can see that it's really just kind of curving around. That's because this used to be a hurricane, so it's going to continue to keep that hurricane safe. It's now, that hurricane shape, I should say. It's now a tropical storm, and it's going to continue to see these little loops. So for areas out to the east, that's where we're on what we call the dirty side of the storm. Basically, that means we have a lot higher potential for some tornadoes. Areas out to the west are going to receive more rainfall, but areas out to the east, where we're already seeing those tornado warnings, are set to see gustier winds and the potential for higher tornadoes and maybe even some severe thunderstorms out of this as well. But let me just throw it in, there you go, so that way you can see it move. we're seeing this big long rain band that's stretching all the way out toward the Gulf Coast, kind of along the state line at the moment. That's where we're seeing a lot of the tornado warnings currently pop up. This is going to continue its trek up to the northeast. Right now, it's set to continue out toward Texarkana. You can see kind of the eye of what used to be the eye of the hurricane, just out toward Jacksonville, Henderson, toward Center and Nacogdoches. Very gusty winds out toward Henderson and Mount Enterprise at the moment. That's where we see some of our gustiest winds out of this. Otherwise, still some tornado warnings out there. Those are for the areas highlighted in red. Right now, the one that we're watching that will impact the largest portion of East Texas, that's going to be out toward Browning, Kilgore, and Winona. Hawkins, you guys are included in that as well. That's going to go all the way through 5 p.m., but there's a chance that it could be extended. We also have flash flood warnings extending all across areas of deep East Texas. That's where we've seen lots of rain. According to our radar estimates, remember it's an estimate, it's not an official total. It's raking up over 4 inches of rain, which is enough to cause significant flooding. Make sure that you are not driving in this. It's really not a good day to do that. It's best if you can delay your travel until tomorrow. Otherwise, we are still tracking these little potentials for spin up. I'm not seeing organized rotation on the storm that's out toward Kilgore, Brownings, Winona, or toward Gladewater at the moment. Dangerfield, it looks like there could still be a bit of organized rotation out there. That's going to be closer to Dangerfield, south of that to the northeast of Patman. That could continue as it makes its trek up to the northwest as well. And this one is, you'll notice it has those lines through it. That means that it has been observed. There was a tornado that was spotted by either a trained storm spotter or from a government official. So if you're in Dangerfield, Naples, Cornett, out toward Rocky Branch, Cookeville, make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Of course, we'll continue to stay on with you as long as there is a tornado warning in effect in East Texas. I want to make sure that you are staying as safe as possible. Remember, we've said it a million times, I'm going to say it again. If you're under a tornado warning, you want to go to the lowest level of the building, find the most interior room. That is what it's going to keep you safe from all of these damaging wind gusts. We were sampling our wind gusts before. They were coming in close to 70 miles per hour. Granted, that was not at the surface. That was a little bit higher in the atmosphere, which is where we usually see stronger winds, but still very gusty winds out of this. We'll see likely some storm damage. We've already gotten some reports of damage to where the storm has already passed through. Please make sure that you are taking care of yourself and staying safe out there. I'm going to go ahead and toss things back over to our Chief Meteorologist, Brad Anthony.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. We are continuing to track these storms as they move through East Texas, and this one again with the hash marks on it in parts of Cass County and Franklin County, or more, I should say Morris County continues with that tornado warning that goes until 5 p.m. So a trained spotter at some point saw a tornado warning with that storm. There's another couple of storms that are stronger out here towards Shreveport. They are east and northeast of Shreveport. So at this time, I think these storms, we don't have to worry about them rotating back into Cass or Bowie County. This one here is headed more closer to Texarkana, so that one should stay back to out to our east. So at this point, it looks like all of the flank of eastern storms that were rolling through Sabine County, Panola County, Shelby County, it looks like they're moving far enough east now to take them out of concern for repeating on our tornado warnings. However, if we come back here toward the Longview cell, I want to move the Longview cell up to the middle. Again, no observed tornado in here. Radar indicated Interstate 20. There's Longview anywhere within this cell. And if we put this into motion, maybe we'll be able to see. We'll be able to do this a couple times. You can kind of just see, if you look carefully, and it's really not the case with this one. There's a couple of these little individual cells just have a little bit of turn to them. So enough, now we'll freeze this and go to velocity and see if there's anything in there that tells us that there was just that little bit of a twist. In fact, let's maybe play those back. We'll turn off all the warnings on that just to give us a look at. I'm just trying to get a look to see what's possibly rotating here and there. And I mean, all of these are just sort of spinning. So we're getting tornado warnings based on this potential spin. And some of these have spun up quick tornadoes as we've headed through the afternoon. So certainly warranted to have these tornado warnings on it, considering what we saw out toward Hallsville earlier. And then and you can see right there between Marshall and Longview, there's a little rotation that's not warned, but that's okay. It probably isn't strong enough. And then back here, we do have the warning that does include a part of Smith County, northern parts of Rusk County, and then a good portion, I'd say half of Craig County into Upshur and Wood. And that goes until 5 o'clock. And then we have Bossier and Caddo Parish until 5:15 in that tornado warning out to the east. So did we drop this? I think we dropped the tornado warning for Smith County. So we didn't make it to 5 o'clock, but it looks like they dropped that tornado warning. And now we have the tornado warning over here for parts of Cass and Morris County, and that goes until 5 p.m. So we'll wait and see if they drop that. Then what we'll end up doing is we will send it back to Judge Judy, and then what we'll do from there is we'll get ready for the 5 o'clock news, and we'll reset everything, and we'll have to wait and see, because right now we still have tornado warnings in parts of our viewing area that go until 5 o'clock. So, and that's really on this cell here. So Titus County and Morris County and a portion of Cass County. Let's go back to the debris tracker on this one and see if there's anything that pops up on the debris tracker on that cell that is near Linden. It doesn't look like there's much, though there is now another piece of debris that looks like it's showing up around the Jefferson area. So there could be another spin up coming up between Jefferson and Marshall that may get a new tornado warning. So we'll have to keep watching that one. And this is what we have to do. Sometimes things will start to quiet down, but in this type of scenario, you can get another quick spin up. It doesn't take very long, and then you've got more damage, and then you've got another tornado warning that would go on for a while until at least some of that debris, and we're not sure if that debris is tied to a former storm and it's just going to come back on down. We'll need another scan. When I say that, what I mean is, so let's say that there was a tornado warning, that debris was lofted into the air. It's the rotation has gone away, but that debris is still just sort of settling itself back down to the ground. And it's pretty small. It's little pockets, but it's certainly in the area of heavy rainfall. This is no longer, now it no longer has a hashtag on it, so now we don't have a confirmed tornado on that any longer at this point. So good news there. And then of course we have this other storm up here. All right, let's widen things out, go back to the reflectivity, and we'll just put this into motion for you and turn off the storm trackers, and we'll give you an idea. And of course that tornado watch overlay, we need to get rid of that. So, and then let's just play this out. And all those purple areas, that's flash flood. These are all flash flood warnings. These are where we've had, 4 inches of rainfall, and that's been since about 10 o'clock this morning. And the center of the storm itself looks like it's, I'm going to say, almost like, it looks like it is, well, it looks like it's trying to spin right around here between Athens and Jacksonville. So, and that'll continue moving up to the northeast or moving northeastward. The heaviest winds have been down here, and they're moving northward through Longview right now. So, all right, we'll pause that and get a look at everything. So it looks like we're starting now to really sort of see the tornadic threat, I believe, diminish with that line of cells moving off to the east, and this one beginning to move out of the area. Not to say that we couldn't catch another tornado warning within the next, say, half hour or so, but the way things look at this point, we might be very close to being able to clear everybody from the tornadic threat, but we'd still have to keep you in the flash flood threat. In fact, if we could take a look at some of the either rainfall rates or just rainfall totals here on these flash flood areas. Remember, those flash flood areas, it came down really fast and in a short period of time. And you'll see, okay, so these darker red areas here at Longview are easily 3, we're over 4. I mean, we're off the charts. So we're talking 4, 5, 6 inches of rainfall. Up toward Gilmer, we're in that 2, 2.5. starting to sneak up closer to 3. Longview, we're in that 3, 3.5 to 4. Again, we're not done with rain yet. It's not like this is over in terms of rainfall, but this is just why some of those flash flood warnings have been prompted. And they will continue as long as there's water falling over those same areas. Let's take a look at our CBS 19 camera. We've heard the wind from time to time, and it has just been blowing around out there. So if we get a view of that, and you can see right now that the wind is there. We're not seeing much in the way of lightning. We're not seeing much in the, just heavy rainfall continues across most of Tyler. So I'm just looking to see if there's anything in terms of wind. So, all right, yeah, no, we're good. All right, I'm going to go back over to the wall, and we'll walk through the rest of our warnings over here. All right, so this is the one I'm a little concerned about. That little bit of debris that is showing up still, but it's not warned at this time. We have about 18 minutes to go on that tornado warning. And we have another one that's outside of our area, so we're not going to worry about that. And that tornado warning goes until 5 p.m. So, like I said, we'll stay on, and then hopefully we can join CBS 19 News at 5. And maybe we should put the newsroom on notice that we think this warning may end at 5 o'clock, and that we probably won't get extended past the 5 o'clock hour, so that we would come on. We'd have to talk about the damage that we've seen so far today. And we are collecting reports of damage across East Texas. We have crews who are out safely, waiting for the worst of the storms to pass, and then going in and getting some photos and pictures and things of that nature. And we've had lots of reports of some trees down, some buildings damaged, especially in the Nacogdoches area. I believe Cushing and westward. We've heard reports of in Timpson, trees down in Lufkin. And so we're going to try to put all that together for you and have that story coming up today at 5 o'clock on CBS 19 News at 5. Otherwise, these purple areas continue to give us an indication of flash flooding. And then here is where we may have perhaps a tornado warning that was issued, and there may be some trees or leaves or something of that nature that are just showing up. And the radar sweep goes around unless they're concentrating on one cell, but in a situation like this, they're looking at several cells, so it takes a little bit longer. There's a new sweep finally came in. It does look like it's shrinking down inside. All right, let's go back up here to the one tornado warning that we have. Dangerfield and Naples up toward Mount Pleasant and Argo. And that, again, tornado warning goes until 5 p.m. We will wait and see if it will be extended or if it will be canceled early. Savannah, I'm not sure what the Weather Service wants to do with that one.
Really saying anything much about that. They did say earlier that they actually have been struggling to put things out very far in advance, just because, as you might imagine, there's a lot going on, very dynamic day. Things are changing very rapidly, so the National Weather Service hasn't been pushing these tornado warnings as quickly as they usually get to us, and that's once again just because there's been a number of those across the area. But I wanted to look at this one that Brett was just talking about, the last tornado warning that we have currently standing in our area. It goes until 5 p.m. That's for Bowie, Cass, Morris, and Titus County. Once again, there wasn't really a lot on our debris, or our debris tracker, I should say, but you can see a little bit of brighter red in this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop our watch and warning box, and I'm going to try to sample some of this brighter red area around the Rocky Branch area. And it's looking like maybe 45 mile per hour velocity, so that's still pretty gusty, but I wouldn't say, maybe if there was some rotation in that area, not necessarily a tornado. I know this was one of those cells that I think had those hash marks on it, but it definitely looks like it has probably weakened since then, and some of that wind speed has really gone down. It's hard to tell. Once again, we're not seeing any bright reds and greens back and forth, but you can tell there's a little bit brighter red in there, a little bit lighter pink, but again, gustier winds maybe, but maybe not rotation to keep that tornado warning going. So I'm going to pop our watch and warning back on. Again, this still goes for the next about 15 minutes, that tornado warning in the area, but I'll zoom back out. We can see we've got lots of flood warnings still in place across the area. I'll put us back into our reflectivity mode, and I'll take our watch box off so we can see what's going on better and really widen things out. You can see we've got bands of rain. We've had lots of people asking on Facebook today about Athens, about Canton, about the Emory area. All of those on the west side, we call that the wetter side of the storm. So thankfully, if you're in Henderson County, if you're in Anderson County, those are some of our areas that actually aren't under that tornado watch until 10 p.m. So you're on the wetter side of the storm, but you're actually out of the side with the tornadic activity. So thankfully, we haven't had any tornado warnings near Canton, Athens, Palestine, and really anywhere west of about Tyler. We've really seen most of the activity stay east. So it doesn't look like you're going to see any of that activity. So for our friends asking on Facebook if you're safe on the west side of this storm, I would say yes, you're going to get a lot of rainfall, but you're currently not under a tornado warning if you're west of Smith County. So we do still have lots of areas that are under those flood warnings in the purple boxes here. We still have tornado warnings ongoing in Louisiana. You can see some of those, and some of them looking like they could start circling back. So we're of course going to keep our eye on that, but nothing has been extended into our area just yet. We're watching those ones that are just east of Shreveport, another one down near the Mansfield area. We watched that one cell move through Stonewall, and that moved up into our area. It was one of our stronger storms that we watched that was near Jefferson, and that is maybe even the cell that I think we're still watching move up towards the area. But looks like maybe, Brett, they just dropped that tornado warning that was in our area.
Oh, cool. Oh, awesome. I just want to go through a couple of things here. If we take a look outside from our CBS 19 studio camera, so look at this. The max wind gust so far at Tyler Pounds, 45 miles an hour. Over in Longview, it's been about 39. Down in Lufkin, it's been 63. So it's 63 mile an hour wind gust down in Lufkin. We've been up to 45, so a little bit stronger than that. So we keep hearing it just kind of blowing around, and that's what it looks like right now. So we've got obscured visibility on that camera, and of course we continue to see the rain coming down. All right, so back here on with no more tornado warnings currently in effect. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about these flash flood warnings for a little bit, and we may stay on till about 5 o'clock and then join CBS 19 News at 5 in progress until we see and we know for sure that we are out of danger. But these areas here continue with these flash flood warnings for parts of Smith County, Gregg County, Upshur County, also over toward Morris County, and then southward. And you've got areas that now where it looks like the rain has stopped, but still under the flash flood warnings. That's going to be Nacogdoches. That's also going to be Shelby and Sabine County, and then of course parts of southern Panola County. And other tornado warnings that are still in effect have been, that's over on the Louisiana side till 5 p.m. And then we have that other one west of Shreveport. So let me widen things out, just get a view of this, and then, okay, so this is where we stand right now. So no more tornado warnings. Not to say that we couldn't have another one issued, but at this time there are no tornado warnings in East Texas. Tropical Storm Beryl, the remnants of Tropical Storm Beryl, continue to move to the northeast. So at this time, for meteorologist Sarah Blue and Savannah Hale, I'm CBS 19 Chief Meteorologist Brent Anthony. We appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. It is all clear. You can come out from your shelters if you've been watching or listening. We thank you very much for doing that, spending your afternoon, putting your trust in us to keep you safe here in East Texas. Rain and wind will continue. We're going to come back on here in about 9 minutes with CBS 19 News at 5 o'clock. Have a great afternoon. We hope to see you here coming up in just about 10 minutes.